We all know that finding peace can feel almost impossible sometimes. Whether it's over tiny things like losing your keys or huge storms in life that leave your heart shaking. Yet even in those moments, something inside us quietly longs to slow down, breathe, and feel safe again. That's where the gentle presence of the Buddha comes in. Welcome to Find Peace in the Moment. The Buddha watches over you. Buddhist sleep story. In today's video, we'll talk about how simple awareness can calm even the heaviest worries. So let's not waste any time, and let's begin. As the introduction settles gently behind you, the night opens wider, offering a soft space where nothing needs to be hurried. The mind, still carrying echoes of the day, begins to loosen its hold. And in this quiet stretch of darkness, the first thing that meets you is the simple rhythm of your breath. It has always been here, faithfully rising, patiently falling, guiding you, supporting you, even on the days when everything felt heavy. Now, as you lie here, you begin to notice it again, almost as if rediscovering an old friend. Take a moment to feel that first gentle breath. It moves, and not with force, but with an easy, natural flow, like a small wave touching the shore. And as it moves out, the body softens just a little more. You don't need to breathe differently. You don't need to control anything. All that's required is noticing. Nothing more. Just allow yourself to be carried by this soft, steady rhythm that has followed you through every moment of your life. With each inhale, imagine a warm glow entering your chest, subtle and comforting. With each exhale, feel the weight of the day beginning to slip away, as if falling off your shoulders in slow, drifting pieces. The breath is not loud, not dramatic. It doesn't need to be. Its power comes from simplicity. It is the doorway to everything calm, everything quiet, everything peaceful. As your breathing steadies, a presence begins to form around you. Not a figure you must visualize, not an image you must force, but a feeling, a sense of being quietly accompanied, a gentle awareness, soft as candlelight, resting just beside you. The Buddha does not approach with thunder or radiance. He arrives the way compassion always does, silent, steady, giving you space to simply be. You feel as though someone is watching over you, not with judgment, but with deep patience, like a friend sitting beside your bed through the long hours of the night. Another breath enters, another breath leaves. You are no longer breathing alone. There is nothing to fix, nothing to achieve, just the gentle noticing, the rise, the fall, the coolness as air enters, the warmth as it leaves. And as the breath continues, your awareness begins to soften around the edges, like paint diffusing into water. Thoughts still come, of course, tiny ripples, flickers of memory, drifting scenes, but they do not disturb you. They simply pass by, floating on the calm surface created by each breath. You may recall moments today that pulled your mind in many directions, moments of frustration, worry, noise, expectations. Yet here, in this quiet world of breath and presence, those moments seem smaller, less urgent. The breath gently separates you from them, placing a soft cushion of peace between your heart and the world. You realize that right now, this moment is enough. Not the next moment, not the ones that came before, only this one, shaped by inhaling and exhaling, wrapped in warm awareness. Feel the breath move deeper now, not because you force it, but because your body begins to trust the quiet. Your muscles loosen, your chest expands more easily. Even the tiny spaces around your ribs release their tension. Every inhale feels like the beginning of rest. Every exhale feels like the settling of dust in an empty room. And the Buddha's presence remains, unmoving, unpressing, simply watching over each breath with kindness. If your thoughts wander, let them. The breath will still be here when you return. If your body shifts, let it. Peace doesn't require stillness. It requires only awareness. And with each passing moment, that awareness grows softer, warmer, more grounded. You are learning to meet your breath the way one meets a gentle companion, without demand, without pressure, simply with presence. Feel now how the breath begins to touch more than your lungs. It reaches your shoulders, softening them. It reaches your throat, loosening the tightness you didn't realize was there. It reaches your belly, inviting it to rise softly and settle deeply. Even your hands and feet begin to feel heavier, as though sinking into quiet earth. The breath is like a quiet stream flowing through you, washing away the remnants of the day. The Buddha continues to watch, not as a distant figure, but as an ever-present calm. He watches the way your breath slows, the way your body unwinds. He offers reassurance without speaking, that this moment is a safe one, that you are allowed to rest, that nothing is required of you except to breathe. And as the breath deepens into something even more peaceful, you begin to feel the first hints of stillness reaching inward, settling into the spaces that once felt restless. This stillness grows gently, preparing the body for something deeper, something quieter. The breath, the body, and the presence beside you all begin to move together in a soft harmony. As the chapter gently draws to its end, you feel yourself ready to sink further, not just into breath, but into a deeper settling of the body itself, where each muscle, each limb, each cell can finally begin to rest. The quiet rhythm of your breathing continues, soft and steady, guiding you deeper into the calm unfolding around you. With each inhale, the body gathers a little ease. With each exhale, it releases something it no longer needs. The presence beside you remains gentle and patient, as if waiting for you to notice a new layer of stillness that is ready to rise. Now that your breath has found its natural flow, your body begins to ask for the same kindness, the same attention. It longs to settle, just as the breath has, into something peaceful and unhurried. Imagine the body as a lake at dusk, the sky darkening above it, the air cooling, the surface reflecting the quiet world around it. At first, there may still be ripples, small movements, pockets of tension, leftover echoes from the day. But slowly, naturally, those ripples begin to fade. The water becomes clearer, calmer, softer. Your body is beginning that gentle shift now, moving closer to stillness with every breath you take. Start with the shoulders, for they are often the ones that hold the most weight. Feel them soften, as if a warm hand were gently pressing them downward, inviting them to rest. These shoulders have carried your responsibilities, your worries, your doubts all day long. Let them know they can finally put everything down. As they release, feel a wave of warmth trickle down your arms, reaching your elbows, wrists, and fingertips. Your hands grow heavier, as though sinking into a cushion of peace. Next, bring your attention to your neck. Notice any tightness there, any lingering stiffness. Imagine it loosening bit by bit, like a knot slowly untying itself without any effort. The muscles soften, lengthen, settle. Your jaw follows, unclenching. Your tongue relaxes. Even the tiny muscles around your eyes begin to release, allowing your face to rest without needing to hold any expression at all. Your chest rises gently with the breath, and with each rise, the lake grows calmer. Your heart slows its rhythm, steady and untroubled. Beneath it, your abdomen softens, moving freely with your breathing, no longer held tight by tension. You may begin to notice a sense of spaciousness there, a quiet expanse where the stress of the day no longer clings. Let your awareness drift down your spine. Feel each vertebra settle, as though sinking deeper into a soft bed of earth. The back releases the pressure it has held, the small muscles loosening like petals unfolding in slow motion. The warmth continues downward to your hips. They too soften. They too let go. You are sinking deeper into yourself now, into a comfort that asks for nothing but presence. Your legs follow naturally. The thighs release their weight. The knees loosen. The calves soften. Even your ankles and toes surrender fully. The body becomes heavier, grounded, resting like still water, cradled in a quiet valley. Nothing rushes. Nothing forces. Everything softens in its own time. And through all of this unfolding ease, the Buddha remains nearby, watching the settling of your body with the same compassion he holds for all beings. His presence is not grand or overwhelming. It is a steady, kind awareness that rests alongside you like a gentle companion. You may feel as though he is breathing with you, matching your calmness, reinforcing your peace. As your body grows quieter, your mind begins to notice the stillness spreading within. Thoughts still drift in and out, echoes, fragments, memories, yet they no longer cling. They move across your mind the way a breeze touches the surface of a lake, stirring it for only a moment before gliding away. The body's stillness invites the mind to soften as well. Feel how your thoughts begin to float, not heavy, not sharp, just drifting. There is no need to chase them, no need to resist them. They come, they go, and beneath them all is a deepening quiet. You notice that the more the body settles, the less these thoughts disturb you. They simply exist for a moment, then fade like ripples disappearing across calm water. The Buddha's awareness remains steady, not controlling your thoughts, but observing them with kindness. You are invited to do the same. to watch without reacting, without judging, to simply be present as the mind, too, begins to settle. Soon, the ripples that once moved across the lake of your body and mind begin to fade. What remains is a stillness that feels natural, earned, comforting. You feel the peace, not just around you, but within you, filling every corner of your being with quiet warmth. Your breath, your body, and your awareness now rest together in a harmony that continues to deepen. And as that harmony holds you gently, you begin drifting toward an even quieter place, one where thoughts soften into clouds, moving lightly across the spacious sky of your mind. The stillness you've created within your body begins to open a new kind of quiet, a softer quiet that spreads inward, touching the mind with gentle ease. As your muscles rest, as your breath continues its calm rhythm, awareness begins to rise like a soft mist, revealing the space where your thoughts move. You don't need to reach for them. You don't need to sort them. They appear by themselves, drifting into view like small shapes across the horizon of your mind. Imagine now that your inner world expands into a wide, open sky. There is no edge to it, no boundary holding it in. The expanse stretches far beyond anything you can see, the kind of openness that makes everything feel lighter. In this sky, thoughts begin to appear one by one, not as heavy problems, not as demands, but as clouds. Some are thin and wispy, passing by without much notice. Others are larger, thicker, carrying more emotion or memory. But all of them have one thing in common. They move. They never stay in one place forever. Allow yourself to watch these clouds without needing to change them. A thought about something left undone might appear like a gray cloud drifting slowly across the sky. A memory from earlier in the day might float by, tinged with emotion, its shape shifting as it moves. Even the heavier thoughts, worries, regrets, lingering fears, are just clouds, forming and dissolving in the same vast space. The Buddha's presence remains near, steady and calm. You may feel as though he stands beside you at the edge of the sky, observing the drifting shapes with a serene, knowing gaze. He does not dismiss the clouds. He does not push them away. He simply watches, understanding that all thoughts, all feelings, all experiences are temporary. His stillness invites you to do the same. As you breathe gently, imagine yourself standing or sitting beneath this inner sky, looking upward with soft awareness. You're not inside the clouds. You're not tangled in their shapes. You are the open space beneath them, clear, wide, and free. The clouds may pass, but the sky remains untouched. And so it is with your mind. No matter how many thoughts appear, no matter how many emotions drift through, the deeper part of you stays calm, open, and unaffected. Some thoughts may pull at you, asking for attention. You may feel a tug, a familiar urge to follow them, examine them, solve them. But instead of following, see what happens when you simply let them drift. A worry can rise like a storm cloud, but even the storm clouds move. They change, thin out, disappear. They never stay forever. You do not need to hold them. You do not need to push them away. You only need to watch. With each breath, the sky inside you grows even broader. The more space you give the clouds, the more easily they move. Thoughts lose their weight when you stop gripping them. Emotions lose their edges when you no longer resist them. They soften, stretch, fade, drifting out of sight just as naturally as they arrived. You may notice how thoughts sometimes overlap, two clouds crossing each other, one fading behind another. Sometimes a cloud may seem to stay longer, lingering at the edge of your awareness. But even then, its shape changes. The longer you watch without reacting, the more clearly you see that nothing within this sky is permanent. Everything moves, everything breathes, everything transforms. And the Buddha continues to watch with you, offering a presence that feels like a gentle reminder. You are not your thoughts. You are the space they move through. You are the clear sky, not the passing clouds. Feel how freeing that is. Feel how light your mind becomes when you stop trying to control the drift of clouds that were always meant to move on their own. Thoughts are allowed to come. Thoughts are allowed to go. You don't have to stop them. You don't have to fix them. You only have to let them be. As you observe, notice how your breath subtly shapes this inner sky. Each inhale seems to widen the space a little more. Each exhale invites the clouds to float a little farther. The mind is no longer crowded. It is open, spacious, gently illuminated by the presence that watches beside you. If a thought arises that feels heavy, burdensome, or tangled, allow it to drift at its own pace. You don't need to hold it up. Let the breath carry it. Let the sky soften around it. See how even the heaviest clouds eventually thin and unravel. And as you become more comfortable with the drifting of thoughts, you begin to sense a deeper quiet beneath them. A quiet that feels steady, grounded, and clear. This quiet has always been there, hidden beneath the movement of your mind. Now that the clouds are drifting freely, this quiet reveals itself like a calm horizon after a long storm. You rest in that quiet, feeling the ease of watching without reacting. And as the mind continues to soften, you begin to sense another shift, a gentle readiness to let the heavier clouds go entirely, not by force, but through natural release. The worries that once clung to you begin to loosen, preparing to drift out of sight, guided by the same calm breath that has carried you this far. The clouds of thought continue their gentle drift across the wide inner sky, growing thinner, lighter, easier to watch. With each passing moment, the space beneath them feels calmer, steadier, more open. And in this expanding quiet, something within you begins to loosen. Not the thoughts themselves now, but the weight that clings to them, the worries, the regrets, the responsibilities you've carried throughout the day. They sit somewhere deep inside you, not always seen, but always felt. Yet here, in this soft stillness, you begin to sense that you no longer need to hold them so tightly. Imagine for a moment that these burdens rest in your hands. They may be invisible, but you can feel their heaviness, some small and sharp, some large and dull, some tangled like knots of string. These are the pieces of your day you didn't have time to process, the conversations that lingered, the decisions that exhausted you, the moments that filled you with pressure or doubt. Your hands have held them for so long you barely noticed their weight. But now, under the quiet sky within you, they start to feel heavier, not because they grow, but because you are becoming more aware of them. Awareness is the first step toward release. The Buddha's presence remains beside you, calm and steady, encouraging this awareness without pushing you. His compassion surrounds you like warm air, moving gently through the trees. You don't need to judge what you find. You don't need to fear it. You only need to notice the weight you've been carrying. Your breath moves gently in and out. With every inhale, you gather a little more clarity. With every exhale, the grip on your burdens loosens. You can almost feel your hands opening, slowly, carefully, not because you force them to, but because the body and mind are ready to let go. Now imagine a soft, glowing bowl resting before you, a bowl carved from quiet light, warm and steady. The Buddha's presence guides your attention toward it. This bowl is here to receive the weight you don't need to carry into the night. You don't have to sort your worries or understand them. You only have to place them down, one breath at a time. Start with the smallest burden, the tiny irritation that clung to you when someone spoke too sharply, or when something didn't go as planned. See it resting in your hands like a small pebble. With your next gentle exhale, set it into the glowing bowl. Watch it settle there, harmless, no longer pressing against your heart. Feel how your breath deepens slightly after placing it down. Now, the next burden, the regret that lingered, perhaps a word you wished you hadn't said, or one you wish you had. This one may feel a little heavier, like a smooth stone. Hold it gently in your awareness. Acknowledge it without judgment. Then let the breath guide it from your hands into the bowl. It settles with the others, and the glow around them softens their edges. A warmth spreads through your chest. Now, choose one of the heavier burdens, the responsibilities you've been carrying all day. Responsibilities that feel like they sit on your shoulders or wrap around your ribs. It might feel like a large, uneven stone, awkward to hold. Notice how you don't need to make sense of it. The Buddha's presence is steady, patient, guiding you to trust the process. As you exhale, place this larger weight into the bowl. Watch it sink gently into the light, its heaviness no longer yours to carry tonight. Feel how your shoulders soften after placing it down. The bowl continues to glow, accepting each burden without resistance. And your breath continues to ease, smoothing the spaces within your body. As you place more worries into the light, big ones, small ones, complicated ones, the bowl remains steady, radiating compassion, reminding you that you are not meant to carry everything alone. You may notice how light your hands feel now, how open your chest feels, how your mind seems to have more space for calm, for warmth, for peace. The day no longer presses against you. You are gently releasing it, piece by piece, into a space that can hold it without adding pain. The Buddha watches with quiet approval, not because you are doing something correctly, but because you are allowing yourself kindness. You are letting your heart rest, letting your mind breathe letting your spirit loosen the grip it has kept for too long. This is not abandonment of responsibility. It is a momentary surrender, so that you may return renewed, rested, and whole. Now that the bowl holds the weight of your day, feel how your inner sky grows clearer. The clouds drift lightly, unburdened by emotional weight. Beneath them, the air feels cleaner, the space wider, the silence deeper. You have made room for peace, room for gentleness, room for wandering into the softer places of your mind. And as this space opens inside you, you feel yourself ready to step into it, ready to explore the vast garden of inner calm that awaits just beyond the release of these burdens. The night invites you inward, toward a peaceful landscape where your mind can walk freely and safely, guided by the same gentle presence that has been watching over you from the beginning. With the day's burdens resting safely in the glowing bowl of light, the space inside you opens even more. What once felt crowded with noise, tension, and tangled thoughts now feels spacious and gently expanding. The breath drifts softly through this openness, and the Buddha's quiet presence remains beside you, warm and steady. In this new clarity, you begin to sense something waiting, an inner landscape that's been there all along, just beneath the surface of your awareness. As you rest in the softness of your breath, imagine a doorway forming before you. It is not a physical door, but a threshold made of calm, a gentle opening in the quiet sky of your mind. You step toward it without effort, drawn by a feeling that something peaceful lies just beyond. The air around this doorway feels different, cooler, cleaner, full of promise. With a slow, easy inhale, you pass through. And suddenly, you are standing at the edge of a serene inner garden. This garden does not belong to any specific place or memory. It is not shaped by imagination alone, but by the deepest part of your being, the part that knows how to rest, how to heal, how to be still. Soft light spreads across the space, not bright or sharp, but gentle, like morning sun filtered through mist. The colors are muted, comforting, touched with a warm glow that seems to rise from the garden itself. The air moves slowly here, carrying the faint scent of blooming flowers, perhaps lotus, perhaps jasmine, perhaps something unnamed that brings a sense of calm. Every breath you take feels cleaner, smoother, like it nourishes not just the body, but the heart as well. The ground beneath you feels soft, giving slightly under your weight, as though welcoming each step with quiet gratitude. Ahead of you, a narrow path winds through the garden. It is lined with small stones that glimmer, faintly, as though lit from within. The Buddha's presence stands at your side, watching you begin this gentle walk. He does not lead you. He simply accompanies you, allowing you to discover the garden at your own pace. His stillness brings reassurance. Here, you are safe. Here, nothing can rush you. Here, you can rest as long as you need. As you walk, you notice the plants around you. Tall grasses sway slowly, even in the slightest breeze. Wide-petaled flowers open and close with the rhythm of your breath, responding to the calm you carry within you. Small pools of still water reflect the light above, their surfaces unbroken, mirroring the inner quiet you are beginning to feel. You kneel beside one of these pools and look into the water. Your reflection is calmer than you remembered, softer, more peaceful, touched by the glow of the garden. A sense of presence wraps around you like a soft cloak. It is not just the Buddha watching, but the garden itself, as though the space recognizes your arrival. Every leaf, every petal, every breath of wind seems to say, "Rest here, you are welcome." You rise and continue along the path. The Buddha walks with you, his presence like a gentle lantern in the dark. Even without words, you understand that he is here not to teach or direct, but simply to keep watch, to accompany your journey into deeper stillness. As you move further into the garden, the soundscape changes. At first, there is only silence. Then slowly, soft sounds emerge, the distant trickle of flowing water, the rustle of leaves brushing against one another, the faint hum of life that moves softly but never disturbs the peace. Each sound feels intentional, placed gently in the air like notes of a quiet lullaby. You come upon a small clearing, perfectly round, as though shaped by centuries of peaceful breath. In the center of this clearing lies a smooth stone platform, low to the ground and surrounded by moss. You feel drawn to it. When you sit upon it, the stone feels warm, as though it has been waiting for you. The moment your body settles, a deeper calm washes over you. The garden becomes quieter still. The Buddha remains beside the clearing, his gaze directed toward the horizon, watching over the space with unbroken serenity. His presence is like a protective circle around you. Nothing unwanted can enter here. No fear, no worry, no lingering thought can disturb the peace of this inner sanctuary. The garden seems to breathe with you now. Every inhale pulls more stillness into your body. Every exhale sinks you deeper into the soft, waiting earth. You feel your mind slipping into a deeper state of rest, more profound than anything you've reached before. Here, in this garden, you begin to understand that silence is not emptiness. It is presence. It is fullness. It is peace. The longer you sit, the more the silence grows, wrapping gently around your heart. You begin to feel not just relaxed, but deeply safe, deeply held. The garden feels like a sanctuary built from your own spirit, a place that remembers your calm even when you forget it. And as the silence deepens, a new softness rises within you, something waiting to guide you deeper still. Something beneath the silence, beneath the calm, inviting you to walk further inward into a stillness even more profound. The silence of the garden deepens around you, settling like a warm blanket over your shoulders. The stone platform beneath you feels steady and grounding, as though it has held centuries of quiet moments just like this one. With each breath, the stillness seeps further into your body, filling spaces you didn't know were tense, softening corners of your mind you didn't realize were sharp. The Buddha remains nearby, his presence as calm as the surrounding air, watching over you without a single expectation. In this deep quiet, something subtle begins to stir. Not a sound, not a thought, but a gentle movement in your awareness. It is as if the silence itself takes a step, then another. Soft, slow, careful, so delicate that it does not disturb even a single blade of grass. These movements are not outside you. They rise from within, like the faintest ripple beginning to form on a perfectly calm lake. Imagine yourself standing once more, your feet touching the soft earth of the garden. Your body feels lighter now, unburdened, and your mind feels spacious, open, clear. As you take your first step along the stone-lined path, it feels effortless, your foot meeting the earth with the gentleness of a falling leaf. You take another step, and another, each one guided by a natural rhythm deeper than thought. These are the soft footsteps of awareness. Awareness moves quietly, never rushing, never forcing. It does not push you forward. It simply walks beside you. You do not need to tell it where to go. You only need to follow. Feel each step sink gently into the moss-lined ground. The earth gives slightly beneath your weight, yet never pushes back. Every footfall is like touching a calm breath with your body. The garden responds to your movement with soothing warmth, as though recognizing your presence with gratitude. The Buddha walks beside you, matching your pace with serene grace. His footsteps make no sound at all. It is as if the earth welcomes him with such reverence that even the soil refuses to shift beneath him. Yet you can feel him there, steady and grounded. His awareness touching your own like a gentle lantern in the dark. As you walk, you notice the soft light filtering through the leaves overhead. It flickers slightly as the branches sway, but never becomes harsh. It is a warm glow that keeps you company, illuminating just enough of the path ahead without overwhelming the calmness of the garden. Your awareness begins to mirror that light, steady, warm, unobtrusive. It guides your attention from one moment to the next, letting you notice the small wonders around you. The slight brushing sound of the grass as it meets the breeze. The faint sparkle of dew resting on a petal. The subtle shift of the air as the trees breathe with you. Awareness does not cling to these things. It simply touches them gently, then moves on. You feel your mind walking the path with the same softness as your feet. No thought is too loud here. No memory tries to pull you away. Every part of you moves in a quiet harmony, connected to the rhythm of your steps. With each movement, the stillness grows deeper, the silence fuller, the garden more alive in its peacefulness. Ahead, the path becomes narrower, curling gently between tall, swaying grasses. You move through them slowly, their soft tips brushing your arms without resistance. The grasses do not part sharply. They bend, yielding to your presence with a kind of tenderness. You can feel your awareness brushing through them as well, touching their softness, noticing their movement, then gliding forward. Awareness is like this, gentle, fluid, unobtrusive. It does not push aside the thoughts or feelings that appear. It moves around them, through them, with them. Every step reminds you that peace is not found by forcing the mind into stillness, but by letting awareness walk softly through whatever arises. As you continue, the path widens again, opening into a small clearing where tiny lantern-like flowers glow with pale light. You pause for a moment, feeling the calmness settle around your feet and spread upward through your entire body. The Buddha steps forward and stands beside you, his presence radiating a quiet protection that expands into the space around you. In this clearing, you notice something profound. The awareness within you is not separate from the awareness beside you. Your steps and the Buddha's steps move in harmony. Your silence and his silence merge in the soft glow of the garden. You are not walking alone. You never were. A feeling of gentle companionship settles in your chest, a steady warmth, subtle yet unmistakably comforting. You walk again, feeling supported by the presence beside you, guided not by thought, but by the quiet whisper of awareness moving through you. Each footstep feels like a promise of peace. Each breath feels like an invitation inward. Each moment feels like a soft unfolding. And as you walk deeper into the heart of this garden, the soft footsteps of awareness begin to lead you toward a place where watchful compassion becomes even more present, where the Buddha's gaze settles more warmly upon you, waiting to guide you into a state of peaceful surrender. The soft footsteps of awareness guide you deeper into the garden until the path eases into an open, quiet space. The air here feels different, lighter, warmer, almost luminous. The moment you step into it, everything inside you becomes even more still, as though the garden itself is holding its breath in gentle anticipation. You sense the Buddha's presence growing even steadier beside you, not in intensity, but in clarity, like a warm lantern whose light becomes easier to recognize the longer you remain near it. You pause, feeling the quiet settle around you. The garden continues to glow softly, each leaf and petal resting in its own peaceful stillness. Then you become aware of something delicate, something subtle, yet unmistakably comforting. The Buddha's gaze upon you. It is not a gaze that pushes or evaluates. It carries no expectation, no demand, no weight. It is the kind of gaze that sees you completely. Every tired thought, every fragile moment, every quiet hope, and accepts you without hesitation. The warmth of it spreads through you like a gentle stream, touching the spaces that had been tense, soothing the parts of you that had been unnoticed. You lift your inner attention toward this feeling, and the gaze becomes even clearer. It rests on you without urgency, without intensity, simply present, as steady as moonlight resting on still water. You sense that the Buddha sees not just who you are in this moment, but the deep calm that lives beneath all your layers. Calm that you are only just beginning to rediscover. This silent awareness feels like a soft shield around you. It protects without force. It comforts without words. It watches over you with infinite patience, as if reminding you that there is nothing in you that needs fixing, nothing that needs proving, nothing that must be earned. The longer you rest in this gaze, the lighter your body feels. Your shoulders soften even more. Your breath deepens without effort. A warmth gathers in the center of your chest, spreading downward into your belly, upward into your throat, even into your fingertips and toes. You begin to understand that this gaze holds you in the same way a parent watches a sleeping child, with quiet affection, with steady presence, with tenderness that asks for nothing in return. You take a slow breath in, feeling your ribs expand gently, and the Buddha's silent gaze seems to expand with it, settling more deeply into your awareness. As you exhale, you release something you didn't realize you were still holding. A tiny thread of self-pressure, a whisper of expectation, the subtle belief that you needed to be different, better, calmer, more disciplined. All of that dissolves into the air as soon as it touches the warmth of the Buddha's presence. Here, in this soft circle of silence, you are enough exactly as you are. You allow yourself to sit down on the garden floor, the earth warm beneath you, the moss soft against your palms. The Buddha remains standing or seated beside you, his posture calm, his eyes soft, his presence unshakably steady. There is no movement, no shift in expression, yet the sense of being held by his gaze only deepens. You realize, slowly and gently, that the Buddha does not watch you to keep you in line or to guide your actions. He watches you because his compassion is woven into who he is. It is a gaze that acknowledges your journey without judgment. It sees your struggles without criticism. It honors your efforts without requiring more. It holds space for your pain, your joy, your rest, your growth, all of it welcomed, all of it allowed. The silence thickens in the most comforting way, as though the air itself embraces you. Your thoughts become softer, quieter, not because you force them to calm down, but because they feel seen. Even your worries begin to loosen, as though they too are comforted by this gentle gaze. You may notice a few thoughts rising again, like small ripples in the mind. But instead of tightening around them or pushing them away, you feel the Buddha's gaze resting on them as well, acknowledging, accepting, and gently letting them drift. You learn, simply by being in his presence, that nothing needs to be controlled. Nothing needs to be corrected. Awareness alone is enough. The longer you sit in this moment, the more deeply this truth settles into your heart. You do not need to strive. You do not need to perform. You do not need to achieve anything for this peace to reach you. Peace is not earned. It is allowed. It is welcomed. It is surrendered into. The garden becomes still. Even the faint breeze pauses, as if honoring the quiet between you and the Buddha. The earth beneath you feels safe, holding you with gentle firmness. The sky above stretches wide and open, mirroring the spaciousness growing within your mind. A sense of profound relief rises inside you, not a dramatic release, but a soft, steady unburdening. You realize that in this silent exchange, in this simple experience of being seen with compassion, you have already stepped into a deeper level of rest. As your awareness settles fully into this peaceful gaze, you begin to sense another layer of calm waiting below it, a deeper stillness, that invites you to let go even further, a tenderness that encourages you to rest more completely, a quiet space where nothing must be earned or held. You feel your body lean gently toward that deeper stillness, ready to discover what rests beneath this layer of peace. The Buddha's silent gaze continues to rest upon you, warm and steady, and within that gentle presence, something inside begins to soften even more. The tension you didn't realize you were still holding melts slowly, like frost touched by the early morning sun. It becomes clear that the Buddha is not waiting for you to change, nor urging you to become something better. His gaze holds no expectation at all. In that silence, you discover a profound truth unfolding quietly within you. In this moment, as you are, there is nothing to fix. This realization arrives not as a loud revelation, but as a soft settling, a gentle sigh from the deepest part of your being. The mind, so used to analyzing and correcting, begins to quiet. The heart, so used to guarding itself, begins to open. Even the breath moves more freely, as though finally released from a long-held weight. You come to understand that peace does not require effort. It only requires permission. And here, in this still garden, permission is finally granted. You take another slow breath in and feel how naturally the body welcomes it. As you exhale, you sense that nothing within you is being judged. Not your thoughts, not your emotions, not your history. Everything is allowed to simply exist. The Buddha's presence supports this gentle acceptance, offering a space where you do not have to hide, improve, or perform. You are safe to be exactly who you are in this moment. When the mind tries to stir, offering a thought about something unfinished or something imperfect within you, the gaze of the Buddha softens even further. It reminds you that thoughts are only clouds drifting through the sky of awareness, not truths, not threats, not demands. They rise, they pass, they dissolve. There is no need to follow them, no need to fix them, no need to fear them. Feel how freeing that is, this gentle permission to let everything be. Perhaps a memory arises, or a worry flickers, or an old feeling brushes against your awareness. Instead of tightening around it, you let it float. You watch it move the way a leaf drifts across a quiet stream, carried effortlessly by the current. The Buddha remains beside you, his calm presence reassuring you that nothing here can harm you. Nothing needs to be solved. Every experience is simply another passing moment. The garden around you echoes this sense of ease. The flowers remain open, unhurried. The grasses sway softly in the gentlest breeze. Even the light seems to breathe with you, expanding and softening with every inhale and exhale. The whole environment reflects the truth, settling deeper within you. Peace is available when you stop striving for it. There is nothing to fix. And with that realization, fear begins to fade as well. Fear thrives on pressure. Pressure to be different, to be better, to anticipate what might go wrong. But when the pressure dissolves, fear loses its foundation. It drifts away, like mist rising off warm water. The Buddha's presence reinforces this soft release, reminding you that the moment you accept yourself, fear no longer has anything to hold on to. You feel your body loosening further, relaxing into the moss beneath you. Your hands grow heavy and warm. Your jaw softens. Your breath deepens without effort. With every tiny release, the message becomes clearer. You are safe enough to stop holding on. Nothing threatens you here. Nothing is required of you. Nothing is wrong with this moment. The sense of safety expands, wrapping around your ribs, your spine, your shoulders. It moves through your thoughts, through your emotions, through the quiet spaces between breaths. A deep, nourishing stillness begins to bloom inside you. A stillness that doesn't erase anything, but embraces everything. Imagine now that this stillness is like a gentle lake, its surface smooth and undisturbed. You sit at its edge, watching the quiet ripples of your breath spread across the water. Even when a thought falls into the lake, the ripples are soft, harmless, temporary. Nothing dangerous lurks beneath the surface. Nothing rises to pull you under. The lake exists simply to reflect calm and hold whatever touches it. This is what acceptance feels like. It is not giving up. It is not avoidance. It is the quiet recognition that this moment is enough, that you are enough, that you can rest without fear or obligation. The Buddha gently shifts beside you, not walking away, not stepping closer, just settling more fully into the present moment. His presence communicates without words. Peace is found not in changing yourself, but in allowing yourself to be. Acceptance does not remove challenges from life, but it softens the heart, so those challenges no longer feel like threats. You breathe again, slower now, deeper, more peacefully. Every part of you begins to understand that this stillness is not fragile. It is strong. It holds you gently but securely, like soft hands cupping your heart. And in this strength, you feel something new beginning to rise. Something even quieter than peace, even softer than acceptance. A sense of surrender, not forced or demanded, but naturally unfolding as you rest in the safety of this moment. The garden welcomes this deepening calm, and the Buddha's presence watches over you as you prepare to sink even further into the quiet beneath it all. The quiet acceptance that settles over you begins to move inward, spreading like warm light through your chest, your shoulders, your breath. The Buddha's presence remains steady at your side, watching you with the same gentle gaze that has guided you through stillness and release. As this deep comfort fills you, something within begins to shift, an invitation to move, not with effort, but with softness, like drifting into a deeper layer of peace. The garden around you seems to open in response, revealing a path you hadn't noticed before. It winds gently through the trees, leading toward a faint shimmer in the distance. You take a slow breath, feeling the familiar warmth of calm guiding your steps, and follow the quiet glow ahead. The sound reaches you first, a soft, rhythmic flow, like a whispering lullaby woven from water. It is soothing in a way that touches the heart. As you step closer, the trees thin, and a wide river comes into view. its surface smooth as glass. The water moves slowly, peacefully, as though time itself has decided to drift rather than pass. The Buddha stands at the riverbank, his presence still and grounded, watching the gentle flow with a calm that seems to echo the water's own wisdom. He turns slightly toward you, not to speak, not to instruct, but to let you know that this place is meant for you. The river welcomes you without a single ripple of disturbance. It carries no urgency, no sharp currents, no turbulence. Instead, it invites you to rest in its quiet motion. You step forward and gently settle yourself onto a small wooden boat resting at the shore. The Buddha stays on the riverbank, a serene figure illuminated by the soft glow of the garden, watching as you prepare to drift. The boat barely moves at first, rocking softly with your breath. Then, with a light push from the current, it begins to glide. The motion is incredibly smooth. So smooth, it feels as though you are floating on air rather than water. You stretch out your body, letting it sink into the small vessel, and the river holds you with the ease of something that has always known how to comfort. The water carries you steadily, each moment blending seamlessly into the next. As the boat drifts, the sky above reflects on the river's surface, creating a soft, shimmering mirror of soft blues, purples, and hints of gold. You feel as though you're floating through the sky itself, supported by a calm that extends far beyond the physical world. With every gentle movement of the boat, the breath inside you grows deeper, slower, more peaceful. You do not need to guide the boat. You do not need to hold an oar. The river does everything for you, carrying you with quiet assurance. Every thought that rises is carried away just as softly, like tiny leaves drifting across the surface before dissolving into the water. The Buddha's figure remains visible on the riverbank, small but unmistakably steady. His presence offers reassurance that you are not drifting alone. Even as the boat moves further away, the sense of being watched over does not weaken. It grows deeper, more inward, as though carried with you like a soft flame resting within your own chest. The river widens as you travel, and the silence deepens. The only sound is the gentle whisper of water beneath the boat, a steady rhythm that feels like the heartbeat of the world. It lulls your thoughts into an even softer state, freeing your mind from the last bits of tension you hadn't noticed. You feel lighter still, as though the river is gently washing away anything that clings unnecessarily. Small worries, old memories, subtle pressures. This drifting carries you into a new kind of quiet, one that lives beneath the surface of your mind. The top layer, the one filled with thoughts, impressions, conversations, tasks, begins to thin. You feel yourself sinking into a deeper layer of being, where the mind becomes spacious and luminous. The river reflects this depth perfectly. If you look over the edge of the boat, you notice that the water is incredibly clear. Beneath the surface, shadows and soft shapes drift slowly, but everything feels peaceful, undisturbed. This is the deeper part of your mind, the part that remains calm no matter what moves across the surface. The Buddha's presence touches your awareness again, reminding you gently that this depth has always been within you. The surface thoughts may come and go like waves, but beneath them lies a vast, quiet stillness that never stirs, a stillness that is always accessible, though often unnoticed. The boat drifts further, and the river narrows once more, guiding you into an area where the water deepens, turning a rich, serene shade of blue. This color feels like comfort itself, cool, quiet, stable. The deeper you drift into it, the more you sense your mind settling into a state of profound rest. Your breath becomes soft and slow. Your body feels weightless. Your thoughts become distant echoes. There is nothing to do, nothing to direct, nothing to control. You are held by the river, watched by the Buddha, and supported by the inner stillness rising within you. As the water carries you even deeper into this calm, a new awareness begins to form, an invitation to explore the quiet that exists beneath all thoughts, beneath all emotions, beneath all surface movement. A depth that waits for you, spacious and serene, ready to cradle your mind in peaceful silence. The river's gentle drifting carries you farther into its quiet heart, and as the current softens even more, a deeper stillness begins to rise around you. The water darkens into a rich, serene blue, not ominous, not heavy, but profoundly calm. Like the world has slowed its breathing just to match your own. As the boat glides over this deepening water, you sense that something within you is entering a similar place. The surface thoughts that once rippled through your mind have grown faint, distant, softened by the steady rhythm of drifting. Beneath them, something vast and untouched begins to reveal itself. You lean slightly over the edge of the boat, peering into the water below. The surface mirrors the dark sky above, but as your vision adjusts, you see that the true depth lies below the reflective layer. The water is so clear, so still, that it feels like looking into another world, one made not of movement, but of silence so pure it seems alive. There are no disturbances below, no ripples, no shifting reflections, only calm, endless quiet. This is the deep water beneath the mind. As you breathe softly, the boundary between your awareness and that depth begins to loosen. You feel yourself sinking, not physically, but inwardly, into a state of quiet that is more profound than anything your thoughts could reach. The thoughts themselves drift far above you, like tiny shadows moving across a distant surface. They are there, but they do not touch you. They cannot stir the depth you are now entering. With each slow breath, you feel your mind descending through layers, from the chatter of the day to the softer thoughts beneath that, and then into a space where thought has no urgency, no sharpness, no weight. It is a gentle descent, guided by the river's stillness and the Buddha's unwavering presence on the distant riverbank. He watches you the way a guardian watches a child learning to float, steady, patient, full of quiet trust. You feel no fear in drifting deeper. Instead, there is a sense of homecoming, as though this depth has always been waiting for you to remember it, waiting for you to return. Your breath becomes the only sound, soft and steady, echoing through the vast stillness inside you. The deeper you sink, the more you feel the mind opening, expanding, not upward, but downward into its own quiet foundation. This place is untouched by worry, untouched by fear, untouched by the noise of thought. It has never been disturbed by the winds that stir the surface. It doesn't react, doesn't resist, doesn't cling. It simply exists, pure and peaceful. Imagine this depth as a vast underwater world, not dark in a frightening way, but rich and serene, lit from within by a soft bluish glow. Shapes move slowly, peacefully, like currents of light drifting through the water. They do not disturb anything. They glide in harmony with the stillness. This is how your deeper awareness feels: gentle, luminous, unhurried. At this depth, emotions lose their heaviness. They become soft waves rather than storms. Even the emotions you once resisted, sadness, fear, doubt, feel lighter here, almost weightless. They drift like tiny particles suspended in calm water, moving without force, settling without pain. You realize that beneath all surface turbulence, beneath every wave of emotion, this quiet has always existed. A place that remains undisturbed, no matter what rises above. Your awareness rests in this deep stillness. It feels like floating in warm, quiet water, supported, held, protected. Every breath deepens your connection to this space. Every exhale releases you further from the surface. You begin to trust the depth, trust its softness, trust its quiet. There is nothing here to fear. Silence is not empty. It is full, full of calm, full of presence, full of gentle strength. The Buddha's presence reaches you even here, not as a distant figure, but as a warm, glowing awareness that touches the depth around you. You feel his compassion sink into the water, mixing with the stillness, infusing the space with a sense of gentle companionship. You realize that even as you explore this deep inner quiet, you are never alone. His watchful presence is woven into the silence itself. In this depth, you learn something subtle but profound. Stillness is not the absence of life. It is the foundation of it. It is the ground upon which peace, clarity, and compassion naturally arise. You do not need to create them. You only need to reach this quiet place within you, and they begin to bloom on their own. As you rest in the deep water beneath the mind, you begin to sense a new presence rising from the quiet, something softer than thought, gentler than emotion, quieter than breath. It is the sensation of silence becoming a companion, not a void. A silence that moves with you, breathes with you, watches with you. You feel yourself drifting toward that companionship, sinking into a relationship with stillness that feels warm and alive. The deeper you rest, the more you sense that silence is not emptiness, but a friend, a gentle presence that has always waited beneath the noise, ready to surround you whenever you choose to listen more deeply. And as this realization settles warmly into your awareness, you begin to drift toward the next layer of your inner world, a place where silence itself becomes a comforting presence, guiding you toward even deeper rest. The deep water beneath the mind holds you with such calm assurance that when you rise gently from its depths, you do so without stir or effort. You drift upward, not back toward noisy thoughts, but toward a new layer of quiet, one that greets you not with vastness alone, but with warmth. The surface meets you softly, like stepping from deep water onto smooth earth. And there, waiting for you, is silence. Not the cold, echoing emptiness you may have imagined, but a silence that feels alive. This silence welcomes you the way a familiar friend might greet you after a long journey, gently, without rush, without expectation. It settles around your shoulders like a soft shawl, enveloping you in a comfort so subtle yet so complete that you can feel your entire being responding to it. Every part of you, your breath, your thoughts, your muscles, begins to lean into the quiet as though it were something safe to rest against. Most of the world's silence is misunderstood. People think of it as loneliness, as a void, as an absence of sound or connection. But here, in this inner garden, shaped by awareness and watched over by the Buddha's calm presence, silence reveals its true nature. It is not empty at all. It is full of space, full of compassion, full of soft, steady presence. You notice the silence in the way the air touches your skin, cool and warm at the same time. You notice it in the way your mind feels, spacious, unhurried, softly illuminated. You notice it in your breath, which no longer feels like something you must control or deepen. It flows on its own now, moving in gentle harmony with the quiet around you. The Buddha stands near, his presence woven seamlessly into the silence itself. You sense him not as a figure separate from you, but as part of the stillness that surrounds you. His awareness blends with your own, not overpowering it, but supporting it, like an extra heartbeat beside yours, steady and calm. You walk a few steps along the riverbank, and the silence moves with you. It doesn't cling or press. It accompanies. It listens. It watches. It opens space for you to simply exist without needing to think, speak, or do anything. Each step is cushioned by this quiet companion, each breath warmed by it. As you settle onto a soft patch of moss near the water's edge, the silence deepens further. It feels as though the garden itself is leaning closer, listening with a gentle curiosity, not to judge, but to understand you. Even the river seems to drift more quietly, its surface smoothing into a mirror of translucent stillness. You close your eyes for a moment, and the silence meets you on the inside. It fills the space behind your forehead, softens the edges of your thoughts, smooths the tension behind your eyes. It moves down your throat, your chest, your stomach, loosening any remaining tightness. Your entire body begins to recognize silence as something nourishing, something peaceful, something it has been craving without realizing. Here, you begin to sense a soft truth rising within you. Silence is not the absence of connection. It is the foundation of it. In the quiet, you become more aware of everything that supports you: your breath, your heartbeat, the warmth of the earth, the presence of the Buddha beside you. The silence sharpens your sense of being held, not abandoned. Thoughts occasionally drift in. A memory, a feeling, an image. But they appear the way fireflies appear at dusk. Soft, brief, gentle. The silence doesn't swallow them or push them away. It holds them without attachment, without pressure, without need. Each thought floats for a moment, then dissolves effortlessly, leaving the quiet even richer. The Buddha's presence deepens once more, not through movement or words, but through a warm radiance that blends with the silence in a way that makes them indistinguishable. You feel watched over, protected, gently supported, not by sound or action, but by awareness. In this moment, silence becomes more than a friend. It becomes a sanctuary. You lean into it fully now, letting your body grow heavier, your breath slower. You feel no loneliness. You feel no emptiness. You feel instead a tender fullness, as though the silence is cradling you from the inside out. It is a presence that nourishes your heart, steadies your mind, and wraps your entire being in gentle warmth. The longer you rest here, the more this silence feels timeless. It has no beginning, no ending. It does not hurry or fade. It simply is. Steady, patient, endlessly spacious. Time itself seems to dissolve when you sit inside this quiet. Minutes stretch into softness. The past and future feel distant, unimportant, unable to disturb the calm that fills you. This sense of timelessness begins to bloom slowly, almost imperceptibly. You feel the edges of moments blur. The boundaries between breaths soften. The distinction between now and later dissolve. The silence doesn't demand you enter timelessness. It simply lays the doorway before you, waiting. And as you drift deeper into this companionable quiet, you feel the pull toward that timeless stillness, the kind that frees you from the clock of thoughts, the urgency of memory, the weight of expectation. A stillness where time expands like light, open and unhurried, ready to carry you even further into rest. The silence surrounding you begins to soften even further, losing its edges the way mist dissolves into morning air. As you rest in its gentle presence, the sense of time, which once felt steady and predictable, starts to loosen as well. Moments no longer arrive in sharp, distinct beats. Instead, they blend into one another, smooth and fluid, like soft ripples moving across a quiet lake. You feel yourself drifting into a space where time no longer matters, where nothing pulls you forward and nothing tugs you back. Your breath becomes the only rhythm, slow and steady, rising and falling like waves in a vast, endless ocean. Each inhale feels like stepping into a new moment, calm and unhurried. Each exhale feels like releasing the last remnants of the world outside this peaceful garden. With every breath, the boundaries separating 1 second from the next fade away. What remains is a gentle openness, an experience of now that stretches in all directions. The Buddha's presence remains near, a quiet and constant anchor in this expanding stillness. You feel him not as a figure confined to the space beside you, but as a warm awareness woven seamlessly through the air, the river, the silence. His presence reflects the same timelessness growing within you. It does not change. It does not waver. It holds steady, inviting you to trust this moment without hesitation. As you let yourself sink deeper into the quiet, you notice how different this timelessness feels compared to the ticking pace of your daily life. There is no urgency here, no countdown, no sense of something slipping away. Instead, time feels infinite, soft, spacious, free. You do not have to grasp at it or measure it. You simply rest within it, the way a leaf rests on the surface of still water, supported without effort. Your body responds to this shift with gratitude. Muscles release the last threads of tension. Your spine softens. Your hands grow warm. Even your heartbeat seems to slow, aligning itself with the gentle, unhurried rhythm of the moment. You are no longer separate from the calm. You are part of it. The silence fills you, and you fill the silence, until the boundary between the two disappears entirely. This timeless state deepens further as your mind grows quieter. Thoughts slow to a soft drift, appearing and dissolving without leaving traces. You begin to notice how much space there is between thoughts, how many moments remain untouched by noise. These empty spaces are not empty at all. They are full of peaceful presence, full of possibility, full of warmth. They feel like soft cushions for the mind, catching each thought gently, letting it pass without struggle. Now, imagine the garden shifting slightly, not in form, but in atmosphere. The air around you glows a little warmer, as if illuminated from within. The colors soften. The shadows lighten. Everything feels suspended in a tranquil breath. The river drifts at the same slow pace, its smooth surface reflecting the endlessness of the sky above. Time does not move here. It simply exists, quiet and gentle, like a companion resting beside you. The Buddha's awareness grows more palpable in this timeless space. You sense him more clearly than ever, not through sight or sound, but through a profound inner feeling, a calmness that has weight, warmth, and presence. His gaze, soft and compassionate, seems to hold you steady, as though reminding you that you are safe even in the most expansive silence. In this feeling, something tender begins to rise in your chest. It is subtle at first, like the first hint of warmth before dawn, but it spreads quickly, filling your heart with a gentle glow. This is compassion, woven naturally into the fabric of timelessness. It does not arrive as an emotion directed at anything in particular. It simply exists, flowing from the same stillness that surrounds you. You feel this compassion wrap around you with the gentlest touch, neither heavy nor overwhelming. It is a warmth that feels patient, caring, and quietly protective, as though the Buddha himself has placed a soft hand over your heart. The deeper you rest into timelessness, the stronger this feeling becomes, not in intensity, but in depth. It comforts you from within, reminding you that you are held, supported, and embraced by something larger than thought. This compassion does not ask you to fix anything. It does not demand that you feel a certain way. It simply accompanies you, offering soft, steady support. You understand now, in a way that does not need words, That compassion has always been here, waiting beneath the noise of time, beneath the layers of thought, beneath the distractions of the world. You lean into this warmth, allowing it to surround you like a gentle blanket. The sense of timelessness and compassion blend together until they feel inseparable, two currents of the same peaceful river. As the moment stretches on, you feel more and more at home within this soft embrace. And as your heart rests in this growing warmth, you sense something even deeper taking shape. A feeling of being lovingly held, not just by the Buddha, but by the quiet itself, preparing to guide you into an even more tender space of inner rest. The warm stillness surrounding you expands gently, as though it has been waiting for the perfect moment to reveal its tenderness. The timeless quiet you've slipped into begins to take on a new texture, softer, warmer, more intimate. At first it feels like a subtle glow, a gentle presence resting somewhere beneath your ribs. Then, slowly, steadily, it opens wider, like a flower blooming in slow motion beneath the soft glow of dawn. This warmth has no single source, yet it feels unmistakably like compassion, quiet, boundless, and loving. It rises through your chest in soft waves, touching the places within you that had long been tense or guarded. You feel it settle into your heart, not like a sudden burst, but like a gentle embrace. The Buddha's presence becomes clearer in this moment, not through image or sound, but through an unmistakable feeling of care. It is as if he has placed a warm hand over the center of your chest, steady and calming, reminding you that you are held with kindness deeper than you've ever allowed yourself to imagine. This compassion does not judge. It does not speak. It does not demand. It simply surrounds you, patient and unwavering. It recognizes every part of you, the tiredness, the strength, the imperfections, the hopes, the softness, and accepts all of it with complete openness. It sees the entire story of your life, the joys and mistakes alike, and holds them gently, as though each moment deserves tenderness rather than criticism. You take a slow breath, and the warmth expands, filling the spaces between your ribs, traveling down your spine, and reaching into the quiet corners of your mind. It feels like being wrapped in sunlight from within. The breath becomes easier, the body lighter. Even the subtle weight you didn't realize you carried, the quiet self-criticisms, the little regrets, the familiar worries, begins to loosen under the touch of this compassion. As you rest in it, you realize something profound. This compassion has always been here, perhaps hidden beneath layers of stress, distraction, and habit, but nevertheless present, waiting, patient, ready to ease your heart whenever you are ready to feel it. The yes. Buddha's presence simply makes it easier for you to notice it now, to trust that it is real. You feel your awareness gently drifting to memories, small moments where you were hard on yourself, moments when you felt you failed, misjudged, or disappointed yourself. In the past, these memories may have felt heavy, sharp, or uncomfortable. But now, wrapped in this quiet compassion, they soften. Instead of pulling you into regret, they float gently at the edge of your awareness, like leaves on calm water. You see them without shrinking from them. You feel them without being overwhelmed. The Buddha's presence, steady and compassionate, stays with you, reminding you silently that every human heart carries moments like these, moments that deserve not punishment, but understanding. Compassion leans closer, not to erase these memories, but to hold them gently, to remind you that you are more than the hardest moments of your life, that imperfections do not make you unworthy of care, that mistakes do not diminish your capacity for goodness. As these truths settle softly within you, your breath deepens without effort. A sense of release begins to unfold, a loosening of the tightness you once held around your own heart. It feels as though the warmth in your chest is melting old barriers, softening old judgments, dissolving the harshness you once used as armor. You begin to sense that forgiveness is not something you must earn. It is something that grows naturally when compassion is allowed to bloom. The Buddha's presence becomes even gentler, encouraging this unfolding with quiet patience. He does not rush you. He does not push you. He simply sits with you, offering compassion through his steady awareness, letting it surround you until you begin to feel it as your own. You notice then that compassion begins to shift shape, no longer just something being offered to you, but something rising from within you. It is subtle at first, like a small flame flickering just beneath the surface. But with each breath, it brightens, warming your chest, filling your heart. You begin to feel compassion, not only for your present self, but for every version of you, the younger you, the uncertain you, the wounded you, the striving you. Each version of yourself appears briefly in the soft quiet of your awareness, and compassion wraps around them all like a warm blanket. You feel understanding rather than judgment. You feel tenderness rather than criticism. It becomes easy, natural even, to release the harsh words you once told yourself, the blame you carried, the shame you tucked away. They no longer seem necessary in this warm space. Forgiveness begins to emerge, not as a choice you must force, but as an inevitable consequence of being held by compassion. It flows through you like warm water, smoothing the rough edges of your memories, relieving the weight of old regrets. You begin to feel lighter, like you're sinking into a new softness within your own heart. The Buddha remains beside you, watchful and serene, his presence supporting your gentle movement towards self-forgiveness. His compassion becomes a mirror in which you finally see the truth. You are worthy of the same kindness you so easily extend to others. And as this realization settles deeper within you, compassion blooms fully, filling your heart with warmth that seems endless. Within that warmth lies the quiet invitation to release yourself even more gently, to forgive yourself without resistance, and to continue this journey toward deeper peace with a heart unburdened and open. The compassion blooming within you deepens until it feels like a gentle current flowing through every part of your being. Its warmth lingers in your chest, melts into your shoulders, and softens the quiet places in your mind that once felt too fragile to touch. As this warmth spreads, you begin to notice the heart itself, how tired it sometimes is, how long it has carried more weight than it ever admitted. The tenderness you're wrapped in now moves tenderly toward that weary part of you, inviting it to finally rest. The Buddha's presence remains steady, a calm and compassionate witness to this unfolding. He does not reach out with hands, nor speak any words, yet you feel him encouraging the deepest gentleness to rise within you. His silent companionship gives you the courage to look inward with honesty, not through the lens of judgment, but through the soft light of compassion that now glows steadily inside you. You sit quietly, breathing slowly, letting the warmth around your heart grow stronger. With each inhale, the heart feels seen. With each exhale, it begins to unburden itself. Old tensions begin to soften, tensions you may have carried for months, years, or even without ever realizing. The heart begins to reveal small aches, subtle pains, regrets tucked into its corners like forgotten stones. There is no harshness in this revelation. The heart is not confessing, it is simply releasing. And as each old memory or feeling surfaces, compassion surrounds it gently, holding it as though it were a small bird trembling in cupped hands. You begin to notice the things you've been carrying, moments where you didn't meet your own expectations, times when you felt ashamed of your reactions, situations where you wished you had spoken differently or acted more kindly. These memories drift forward one by one, not to blame you, but to be set free. They are not accusations. They are simply pieces of yourself asking for comfort. The Buddha's presence strengthens, not in intensity, but in warmth, encouraging you to soften toward these memories rather than turn away from them. You realize you've been holding on to them because you believed they defined you. But here, in this compassionate stillness, they begin to lose their weight. They become like dust resting on the surface of your heart, waiting for a soft breath to blow them away. You take a slow inhale, and as you exhale, one of those memories lifts. It rises gently, carried upward by the warmth of your compassion. You feel the heart lighten slightly. Another memory rises, then another. Each one drifts softly into the space around you, dissolving into the quiet of the garden, no longer burdening the heart that held them for so long. Forgiveness begins to awaken within you, not as a concept, not as something forced, but as a natural response to compassion. You feel it unfold like petals opening in the gentle light. It extends toward the tired heart with tenderness and understanding. It whispers softly that mistakes do not make you unworthy. It reminds you that every moment of your life was shaped by the knowledge you had then, not the wisdom you hold now. It tells you that growth itself arises from the willingness to forgive. As you breathe, forgiveness settles deeper. It begins to wrap around the heart, not like a single act, but like ongoing warmth, steady, soft, patient. You may feel a subtle ache within, the kind that comes from releasing something long held. It is not painful. It is the ache of relief, the ache of letting go. The Buddha's gaze, steady and compassionate, meets the softness growing in your heart. His presence helps you recognize a truth you may have forgotten. You deserve peace just as much as anyone else. You deserve rest. You deserve gentleness. You deserve forgiveness. And the heart, hearing this truth, begins to relax further, as though finally allowed to exhale after holding its breath for years. Imagine placing your hand gently over your heart. Feel the warmth rising beneath your palm. Feel the steady beat that has carried you through every joy and every hardship. Hear the quiet message the heart offers now. Thank you. I am ready to heal. Forgiveness spreads like a warm tide, washing over the tired heart. It carries away the last bits of guilt, shame, and self-blame. It leaves behind a softness, a tender quiet that feels almost like gratitude. Gratitude for breath, gratitude for healing, gratitude for simply being here in this moment of compassion. And as forgiveness settles into its rightful place, the heart feels lighter, clearer, more open. The garden around you seems to glow a little brighter. The air feels easier to breathe. The Buddha's presence feels even closer, as though acknowledging the courage it takes to forgive oneself. You feel a new warmth rising within, a gentle, steady gratitude for the simple experience of being alive, for having a heart that continues to beat, for having a spirit capable of softening and healing. This gratitude begins to grow naturally from the quiet space forgiveness has created. And as your heart opens to this gratitude, you feel the next chapter of your inner journey waiting, an exploration of the gentle appreciation that comes from simply existing, breathing, and being held by peace. The forgiveness that is settled across your heart begins to soften into something even lighter, something warm, bright, and quietly uplifting. As the old burdens dissolve and the tired heart expands with relief, a new feeling rises gently from within, as though emerging from the very center of your breath. It begins as a small glow, subtle and calm, and then grows with each inhale until it fills your chest with a warm, tender radiance. It is gratitude, not forced, not spoken, but naturally unfolding from the space that healing has created. You sit quietly, feeling the breath move in and out, and for the first time tonight, you truly notice how precious it is. A simple inhale, soft and steady. A gentle exhale, long and releasing. The body responds with ease, no longer resisting, no longer holding tight. You realize how much this breath has carried you through, how faithfully it has supported you every moment of your life. And without needing to think about it, gratitude begins to bloom. You feel thankful for the breath itself, the way it nourishes your body, calms your mind, and anchors you to the present moment. Each inhale feels like a gift. Each exhale feels like a blessing. The air moving through you becomes not just a physical function, but a quiet expression of life itself. Your awareness moves to your heartbeat, steady and gentle, beneath your ribs. You feel it echo through your chest, a rhythm that has never stopped working for you, not even for a second, through every joy and sorrow, through every challenge and rest. It has been with you since the very beginning, steady even when your mind was unsettled, strong even when your heart felt fragile. You feel gratitude rise again, deep, warm, and sincere. It is a gratitude that has no words, only quiet recognition. The Buddha's presence glows brighter in response to this awareness. His compassion remains steady, but something in his presence feels lighter now, as though he is reflecting the gentle gratitude growing inside you. It is as if he stands a little closer, the air around him shimmering softly, his watchfulness no longer something that simply protects you, but something that celebrates your softening heart. As gratitude expands, you begin to notice the smallest details around you. The way the garden air moves gently across your skin, cool yet comforting. The softness of the earth beneath you, steady and welcoming. The faint hum of the river, drifting softly through the silence. It all feels like a quiet symphony, a world that continues to offer calm without asking anything in return. Gratitude reaches outward from your heart like warm ripples on a pond. It widens with each breath, flowing into your limbs, your fingertips, your toes. Even the spaces within your body, the places that once held tension or worry, now feel touched by gratitude's gentle warmth. It is a warmth that does not push or demand. It simply spreads, filling your inner landscape with ease. You begin to sense gratitude for your awareness itself, the simple ability to notice, to feel, to observe your inner world shifting. Awareness becomes something tender, like a candle flame that lights your path without needing to shine brightly. You recognize how precious it is to be able to witness your own transformation, to experience quiet moments of peace, to rest in the presence of your own heart. The Buddha watches with a soft smile, not one you see with your eyes, but one you feel in the subtle shift of the air around you. His presence mirrors your gratitude, brightening the garden with a gentle radiance. You sense that he feels gratitude for you as well, for your willingness to soften, to listen, to heal. There is no separation between your gratitude and the warm awareness he offers. They blend into one quiet harmony. The more you rest in this feeling, the more your heart understands a truth it may have forgotten in the noise of everyday life. Gratitude is not something you must earn. It is not something that appears only in big moments. It is woven into the simple act of being alive. It is present in your breath, in your heartbeat, in your awareness. It is present in the ability to sit in stillness, to let your mind and heart rest, to be held by compassion. Gratitude becomes a soft glow within you, illuminating your inner landscape with gentle clarity. And as you observe this glow, something else begins to rise alongside it, a quiet understanding of impermanence. You begin to see how precious this moment is, precisely because it will pass. How beautiful the stillness is because it shifts. How meaningful the breath is because each one is unique. There is no sadness in this understanding. Instead, it deepens the gratitude already moving through you. Impermanence becomes a gentle teacher, reminding you that every breath, every moment of calm, every touch of silence is a gift to be cherished. You lean into this truth with ease, letting gratitude and impermanence blend into a peaceful awareness. The Buddha's presence steadies beside you, warm and luminous, guiding your heart into this deeper understanding. And as the gratitude settles into your being, becoming a steady glow rather than a rising wave, you feel the next layer of wisdom beginning to reveal itself. The gentle truth that all things change, and that this change can be embraced with peace rather than fear. The warm glow of gratitude continues to radiate softly through your chest, and as it settles into a steady, comforting light, you begin to notice something subtle moving beneath it, an understanding, quiet and profound. It rises not with urgency, but with the tender patience of a truth that has been waiting for the heart to soften enough to receive it. The Buddha's presence grows even calmer beside you, as though he knows this moment well, as though he has watched countless hearts gently awaken to the same truth. You breathe, and with each inhale, you sense the sweetness of the moment. With each exhale, you recognize how effortlessly that moment slips away. Nothing holds, nothing stays frozen, and somehow that realization feels soothing rather than frightening. The garden around you mirrors this gentle truth. The stillness is deep, yet the leaves shift softly in the breeze. The river remains peaceful, yet its water is never the same from one second to the next. Even the light in the air changes subtly, shimmering in patterns that never repeat. Impermanence has always been here, in every breath, in every change of light, in every passing thought. But only now does it begin to feel like a teacher, not a threat. You rest your hands gently against your legs, feeling the life within them pulse softly. The warmth you feel now wasn't here a few moments ago. It bloomed in response to your healing. And the tension you once held in these same hands is gone, dissolved by compassion and forgiveness. Nothing remains unchanged. Even the heart within your chest that once felt burdened now feels lighter, clearer, more open. You realize that this too is impermanence, a softening, a letting go, a becoming. The Buddha's awareness seems to shine more brightly, though he remains still. His presence encourages you to look gently at the truth unfolding within. Everything changes, and that is what allows healing to happen. Without change, pain would cling forever. Without change, growth would be impossible. Without change, the heart could not soften the way yours has. Impermanence is not the enemy. It is the reason peace can exist at all. As you reflect on this, your mind drifts to the small moments of your life, those that felt significant and those that vanished without notice. You remember times when joy blossomed unexpectedly, and times when sadness settled heavily. You recall moments of quiet wonder and moments of uncertainty. Each one came, lived briefly, and then faded like a footprint washed away by a gentle tide. None stayed forever. None needed to. The realization brings a sense of relief. Life does not demand that you cling to any moment, good or bad. It offers each one like a soft wave touching the shore, smoothing the sand before retreating once more into the vastness of the ocean. You begin to see that this cycle is not harsh, but deeply graceful. It is nature's way of easing the heart into acceptance, of allowing space for renewal. Your breath deepens slightly, as though responding to this understanding. You inhale, feeling the coolness enter your body. You exhale, and the air drifts away, carrying any tightness with it. Impermanence is in every breath, and yet the breath never abandons you. It is always replaced, always renewed. That constancy within change brings comfort. The Buddha's presence reinforces that sense of safety, as though he, too, breathes with you through every shifting moment. You shift your attention to the river nearby. Its surface glimmers softly, reflecting the garden like a slow-moving mirror. If you watch closely, you see how a fallen leaf touches the water and begins to drift away. It doesn't fight the current. It doesn't resist. It simply moves with the flow, carried gently toward whatever comes next. You sense the Buddha encouraging you to move like that leaf, trusting the current, trusting the natural unfolding of your life. There is peace in surrendering to this flow, not giving up, but giving in, allowing life to carry you instead of trying to hold every moment in place. You feel this truth settling into your chest like warm sand settling at the bottom of clear water. It fills you with a quiet trust, a belief that you do not need to force anything. You only need to allow. The garden seems to breathe with you. The air moves softly. The light shifts gently. The Buddha remains steady, as though protecting the space where this understanding has begun to bloom. You sense that he is not teaching you something new, but reminding you of something you have always known deep within your being, that all things rise and fall, come and go, and that this rhythm is not something to fear, but something to flow with. A calm acceptance begins to take root in your heart. You feel it expand gently with each breath, filling you with the same ease that moves through the river and sways through the trees. This acceptance does not numb you. It awakens you. It allows you to rest in the present without clinging to it, to release the past without regret, and to trust the future without anxiety. Impermanence becomes a soft truth beneath your feet, grounding you more deeply in the now. It reminds you that whatever arises will pass, and whatever passes creates space for something new. Sometimes something calmer, sometimes something gentler, always something that belongs. The Buddha's presence reflects this truth, inviting you to walk further into the soft flow of life. And as you embrace this gentle rhythm, you sense the next step of your journey beginning to open, the tender movement from acceptance into trust, a deeper surrender that aligns your breath with the natural current of existence. The truth of impermanence settles gently into your awareness, and as it does, another feeling begins to rise. Quiet, spacious, and deeply comforting. It is the sense that you are not simply drifting through life, but being carried by something larger than your worries, larger than your doubts, larger even than the thoughts that try to define your path. The Buddha's presence beside you feels warmer now, not as a distant guide, but as a companion who understands the rhythm of life far beyond what the mind can grasp. His calm, steady awareness encourages you to soften into this understanding. You breathe in, and the air feels different, lighter, freer, as though it carries the whisper of something ancient. You breathe out, and you feel yourself letting go just a little more, releasing the subtle tension of needing to control what comes next. The river nearby reflects this shift. Its water flows with gentle certainty, never clinging to the stones it passes, never resisting the bends in its path. It moves with a graceful trust, knowing that every curve leads somewhere meant for it. You begin to feel your own breath moving like that river, softly, steadily, without strain. The more you observe it, the more you sense that life itself has always had a current beneath the surface, guiding you through change, through challenge, through growth. Even in moments that felt uncertain or overwhelming, something within you kept moving, kept searching, kept breathing. That quiet persistence was not accidental. It was the flow of life carrying you forward. The Buddha's awareness settles into the space around you, deepening the sense of safety. His presence doesn't promise that life will always be easy, but it reminds you that you don't have to navigate it alone. There is a compassion that surrounds you, steady and ancient, guiding you even when you cannot see the path ahead. This understanding eases the last remnants of fear inside your chest. You walk slowly along the riverbank, and each step feels softer than the one before. The moss cushions your feet, warm from the gentle light of the garden. The air hums with quiet life, tiny insects, distant leaves brushing together, the whisper of water curling along the stones. Everything in the garden moves with the same natural ease, reminding you that struggle is not the essence of existence. Flow is. As you continue forward, you notice how the river widens, creating a vast stretch of calm water that reflects the sky in shimmering blues and silvers. Standing at the edge, you cannot tell where the water ends and the sky begins. They blend into each other seamlessly, just as the borders between your inner world and the world around you begin to dissolve in this quiet place. A gentle breeze drifts across your skin, and with it comes the unmistakable feeling of reassurance, subtle but steady, like a hand resting on your back, encouraging you forward. Trust rises inside you, not as a command, not as an obligation, but as a soft knowing. You feel it in the rhythm of your breath, in the warmth of the earth beneath you, in the serene presence of the Buddha beside you. Trust is not blind acceptance. It is the quiet recognition that life moves with a rhythm far more intelligent than fear. The river does not need to know where it will end to continue flowing. The trees do not panic when their leaves fall. They trust that new ones will grow. The sky does not resist the shifting of clouds. It embraces each passing shape with openness. You begin to feel the longing to trust yourself with that same softness. You look down at your hands, your palms open and relaxed. These hands have carried you through so much. They have held, built, protected, reached, and released countless things. If they can navigate the world with such resilience, perhaps your heart can trust the journey as well. You let your hands rest gently at your sides, no longer gripping anything tightly. The Buddha's gaze meets your inner awareness, calm, infinite, compassionate. There is no pressure in that gaze, only acceptance. It tells you that your path does not need to be perfect. It does not need to be controlled. It only needs to be lived, one breath at a time. When you trust the flow of life, you begin to walk with the rhythm of something wiser and kinder than fear. You close your eyes and feel the garden breathing with you. Every inhale feels like being drawn into safety. Every exhale feels like being carried forward by an unseen but benevolent current. The sense of being held becomes stronger. wrapping around you not as a physical touch, but as an inner certainty. You are not drifting aimlessly. You are moving with the natural flow of your own existence. Just as the river winds through the landscape, your life has carried you through moments of stillness and storms, through deep waters and gentle bends. None of it was separate from the flow. Each moment carried you to this one, the one where you finally feel safe enough to stop resisting. Trust settles into you like warm sand calming beneath the tide. It becomes a quiet foundation beneath your breath, beneath your thoughts, beneath your entire being. And as you rest in this deepening trust, you begin to sense a new kind of inner warmth rising, the feeling of companionship, not just with the Buddha beside you, but with the flow of life itself, preparing to carry you further into ease, further into surrender, further into peace. Trust settles into you like a warm tide smoothing the shores of your heart, and as you breathe into that warmth, another realization rises quietly within you. You are not journeying through this inner landscape alone. You never have been. From the very first moment your awareness softened, the Buddha's presence has walked with you. Not ahead, not behind, but beside you. A quiet guardian whose companionship needs no words. His presence is like a soft lantern glowing in the darkness, steady enough to guide, gentle enough to soothe. You take a slow step along the riverbank, and you become aware of the subtle way the air shifts around him. It feels lighter where he stands, warmer, as if his very presence calms the space he occupies. The moss beneath your feet seems to grow softer, the breeze a little gentler, simply because he is near. You don't feel watched or evaluated. You feel accompanied, supported in a way that dissolves even the faintest trace of loneliness. As you walk, you sense the Buddha's footfalls beside yours. They make no sound, yet you feel their rhythm, steady and unhurried. His steps do not guide your pace. They match it. If you slow, he slows. If you pause, he pauses. The companionship is effortless, natural, like walking with a friend who knows when to speak and when to simply be there. You begin to realize how comforting it is to have a guardian who does not demand your attention. He does not fill the silence with explanations or lessons. He does not offer constant reassurances. Instead, he allows you to experience your own inner world fully, offering only a steady presence to lean on whenever your heart grows tired. In this way, he teaches without teaching. He cares without needing to show it. His presence reminds you that true companionship is not loud, it is steady. The river continues its calm drift beside you, and the garden opens slowly into a broader landscape. Trees sway softly in the distance, their branches moving like slow breaths. Soft hills roll across the horizon, lit by the warm glow of a sky that seems to respond to your inner peace. The quiet guardian beside you takes in this landscape with the same serene awareness he brings to everything. His calmness deepens your own. You walk a little further, feeling your steps grow lighter. The weight you once carried, worries, hesitations, old fears, feels far behind you now, left somewhere near the beginning of this inner journey. Here, with the Buddha beside you, the path feels open. gentle and welcoming. Your heart feels steady, no longer bracing for what might come. Trust has softened its edges. A gentle breeze brushes past, carrying the scent of fresh water and wild blossoms. You glance toward the Buddha, not because you need reassurance, but because you feel moved by the quiet harmony between your inner experience and his presence. He remains serene, his expression calm but warm, as if he sees the ease settling into your breath and honors it. There is a moment, soft but unmistakable, when you become aware of a deep truth. This is what it feels like to be truly supported, not controlled, not guided with force, but accompanied with compassion so steady it allows your own strength to emerge naturally. The Buddha does not walk beside you to carry you. He walks beside you to remind you that you can walk. Your footsteps grow instinctively slower as you reach a wide, open clearing. The ground is smooth here, covered in soft grass that sways gently with the wind. You and the Buddha come to a natural stop. The silence deepens around you, but it is not empty. It is full of presence, full of possibility, full of something peaceful, waiting just beyond the horizon of awareness. The Buddha turns his gaze toward the clearing, inviting you to look as well. The space feels vast, wider than anything you've seen in the garden so far. It stretches outward in every direction, not imposing, not overwhelming, but gently expansive, like a landscape built entirely of quiet and ease. This is a space made for resting, for breathing, for letting the heart open even further. You feel drawn to step into it, but before you do, you sense the Buddha's presence deepen, a silent reassurance that he will be with you wherever the path leads. His companionship is not bound to the trail or the riverbank. It moves with your awareness, following you into whatever inner space you enter. That understanding settles into you like warmth spreading through your chest. You step into the clearing, and the quiet guardian walks beside you. The vastness around you doesn't feel empty. It feels welcoming, like a gentle invitation to explore the deeper peace within yourself. Each step across the soft grass feels like entering a more spacious version of your own mind, free from the tightness that once held you back. As you move deeper into this open landscape, the companionship grows even more comforting. The Buddha's presence remains steady, guiding not with direction, but with calmness. He does not need to speak for you to understand that he is here, not just in this moment, but in every quiet breath, in every place your awareness chooses to wander. You walk further into the vast field of peace, and the horizon opens wider. The air grows even lighter. The sky seems to unfold above you like a soft, endless canopy. And the Buddha, your quiet guardian, continues to walk beside you, steady, gentle, unwavering, leading you toward an even deeper sense of inner stillness waiting just ahead. The open clearing before you stretches into a gentle, boundless expanse, and as you step fully into it, you feel the soft grass yielding effortlessly beneath your feet. The air is calm, carrying no weight, no expectation, only a vast, quiet invitation to rest more deeply than before. The Buddha walks beside you with the same silent steadiness, his presence blending naturally into the spaciousness that surrounds you. In this open field, the world feels unhurried, as though time itself has decided to pause and breathe with you. You walk a few slow steps, and the openness begins to settle into your body. Your shoulders drop further, your breath loosens, your heart feels like it is expanding into the space around you. This field is unlike any place you have visited within the garden or river. It is wide, borderless, gently illuminated by a soft glow that seems to rise from the grass itself. The sky overhead stretches endlessly, a smooth expanse of pale gold and soft blue, unmarred by any cloud or movement. Everything here radiates a quiet calm that sinks into your bones. There is no goal here, no path to follow, no destination to reach. The stillness of this field holds you in a gentle embrace, allowing you to simply be. As you look around, you sense that this wide open space mirrors the quiet expanding inside your mind. Thoughts drift further away, barely more than faint outlines in the distance. Even the emotions that lingered earlier, tender ones, heavy ones, forgotten ones, dissolve like gentle mist in the warmth of this peaceful landscape. The Buddha stops beside you, neither moving forward nor urging you ahead. His presence is steady, reflecting the stillness of the field itself. You stand quietly with him, feeling the soft breeze glide around your body. It is cool but not cold, warm but not heavy, perfectly balanced, as though the air has been shaped to meet your needs. Each breath you take feels fuller here, more nourishing, as though the spaciousness around you is entering your lungs and filling your heart with ease. You take another step, and the field seems to widen even more. It stretches far beyond your sight, giving you a sense of freedom so gentle it almost feels unreal. There is nothing pressing against you, nothing crowding your thoughts, nothing demanding your attention. In this vast stillness, you feel the weight of the world fall away in layers, leaving only a quiet contentment that settles in your chest like a warm ember. The Buddha gazes softly across the open field, and you follow his gaze, sensing the meaning behind it. Stillness is not an absence. It is a presence, a fullness, a space where the heart can unfold without resistance. You feel yourself drawn deeper into this understanding. The field is not empty. It is full of quiet life. Tiny golden particles drift gently through the air, shimmering like dust in sunlight. The grass moves in slow waves, responding to your breath as if connected to your inner world. You close your eyes for a moment, letting the field's vastness wrap around you. In the darkness behind your eyelids, you feel the stillness even more clearly, a spaciousness that expands with every inhale. Your mind relaxes into it, floating gently like a leaf, resting on calm water. There is no tension here, no effort, only soft, expansive quiet. When you open your eyes again, the Buddha's serene face is turned slightly toward you. His expression carries a peaceful understanding, the kind that does not need words. He knows this is a precious moment for your heart. He knows the importance of allowing yourself to rest completely in stillness. His presence becomes even steadier beside you, offering strength without pressure, companionship without expectation. As you continue to explore the quiet of the field, something begins to shift. Not in the world around you, but inside you. A softness grows within, a gentle surrender that rises naturally from the spacious stillness. You do not need to force it. It unfolds like a slow breath. The tightness you once held in your chest dissolves completely. Your belly softens. Your limbs feel light. Even your thoughts seem to bow gently to the calm, sinking into the background like whispers fading into silence. You take another slow breath, and you feel yourself sink deeper, not downward, but inward, into the open field within your own being. This field is boundless, quiet, and profoundly nurturing. It is a place where your mind can rest without fear of losing anything, where your heart can open without fear of being hurt, where your breath can slow without fear of falling behind. Here, you are safe. Here, you are held. The Buddha walks a few steps ahead, then stops and waits for you to join him. You do so without effort, feeling the gentle pull of peace guiding your steps. Together, you stand at the heart of the field, where the air feels even lighter, even quieter. This is the center of stillness, the place where surrender becomes effortless. You feel yourself leaning into that surrender now, releasing not only tension, but the need to manage, to predict, to control. The field accepts all of it without question. It expands to hold your burdens, your fears, your hopes, your breath. Nothing you carry can disturb this place. The stillness absorbs everything with kindness. You let your eyes soften, your breath deepen, and your awareness widen. The field stretches endlessly before you, a mirror of the spacious peace rising within your own heart. And as you rest in that inner expanse, you sense another subtle shift waiting to welcome you, an even deeper softness that calls you inward, inviting you to explore the tender quiet that lies beneath stillness itself. The wide open field of stillness stretches around you like a gentle horizon without end, and as you breathe into its vastness, something subtle begins to emerge from within. A quiet softness that rises not from weakness, but from deep, steady strength. This softness has been with you the entire time, hidden beneath layers of tension, expectation, effort, and fear. Now, in the middle of this peaceful expanse, it comes forward like a friend you had forgotten you knew. You feel it first around your chest, where your breath expands with ease. There is no strain here, no tightening, no guarding. The softness arrives like warm air, loosening the last remnants of heaviness you once carried. The Buddha's presence mirrors this softness. His expression remains serene, his posture relaxed yet grounded. He stands not as a warrior of force, but as a guardian of gentleness, showing you the quiet power that rises from a heart unburdened. You walk beside him, your steps light across the open grass, and each movement deepens the sense that softness is not the opposite of strength. It is the foundation of it. This kind of strength doesn't push or force. It doesn't clench its fists or brace itself for impact. Instead, it opens. It releases. It allows the world to flow through without resistance. Softness is the strength that bends without breaking, the strength that sees without fearing, the strength that loves without condition. The breeze begins to move gently through the tall grasses, creating waves of motion that ripple across the field. You watch them sway effortlessly, bending with the wind, but never snapping, never fighting the natural world. They embody a wisdom older than memory. True resilience comes not from rigidity, but from flexibility, from ease, from softness. You pause and close your eyes, feeling the wind brush across your face. The touch is feather light, yet it carries a profound message. You do not have to harden yourself to survive. You do not need walls around your heart to stay safe. Strength grows from the willingness to soften, because softness allows life to move around you without shattering you. The Buddha steps closer, and although he does not speak, his presence offers a gentle teaching. You feel it in the quiet warmth radiating from him, in the way the air calms around his form, in the way he emanates compassion without trying. His strength is not loud or forceful. It is calm, steady, deeply rooted. A strength born not from resistance, but from understanding. The field feels even wider now, as if the landscape responds to your softening. Your breath grows deeper, your heart grows lighter, and your body feels as though it can finally rest without needing to defend itself. Memories may flicker across your mind, moments where you felt you had to be strong, had to hold yourself together, had to silence your emotions in order to cope. But here, those memories lose their grip. You see them with compassion, recognizing that even in those difficult times, softness always lived beneath the surface, waiting for you to be ready. You open your eyes again, and the field shimmers in the warm light. The Buddha stands beside you, with his hands loosely at his sides, as if inviting you to let yourself rest fully. His presence carries not a single trace of force. Everything about him radiates ease, and you begin to understand why his teachings have always pointed toward quietness rather than struggle, toward compassion rather than judgment, toward release rather than control. Softness is strength because it connects you to everything. It allows your heart to feel the world without being overwhelmed. It allows your mind to rest without collapsing. It allows your breath to flow without effort. It allows your spirit to open without fear. As this understanding settles deeper within you, your posture shifts without conscious effort. Your shoulders gently lower. Your spine straightens but remains relaxed. Even your hands soften at your sides. A calm confidence grows inside you, not the kind that demands recognition or proves itself through effort, but the kind that comes from simply being present. You feel the stillness of the field resonate with this inner transformation. The grass sways more gently, the breeze softens, the light becomes warmer. Everything mirrors the softness blooming in your heart. The Buddha's presence feels closer, almost blending with your own awareness, as though he is showing you that his strength has always lived within you as well. You take a slow breath, and on the exhale, you feel the deep truth of this softness anchoring itself in your being. This strength carries no tension. It does not hide behind defenses. It trusts the world enough to remain open, and in that openness, it becomes unbreakable. The Buddha begins to walk forward again, and you follow easily, your steps guided not by effort, but by the gentle flow of presence. You feel that something in you has shifted forever, something quiet, tender, and deeply rooted. And as you move further into the open field of stillness, carried by the strength of your own softness, you sense a new wave of peace rising ahead, an invitation to sink even more deeply into rest, where your heart will be held gently by the quiet tenderness of the night. The softness that has taken root within you continues to deepen as you walk through the vast field beside the Buddha. Each step feels lighter than the last, as though the body itself is beginning to loosen its hold on the waking world. The field's gentle glow grows dimmer, not fading, but softening into a warm twilight. The air becomes thicker with calm, and the horizon begins to blur just slightly, as though dream and reality are slipping quietly toward one another. In this gentle shift, you sense that you are approaching a sacred threshold, the soft edge where wakefulness releases its grip and sleep begins to open its arms. Your breath slows naturally, becoming smooth and rhythmic, like the quiet rolling of waves against a distant shore. Thoughts begin to stretch out, becoming longer, quieter, and more diffuse. You're not thinking them any. You're simply listening as they drift by, soft and slow, like lanterns floating across still water. Nothing in your mind grips tightly now. Even memories, even echoes of the day slip through your awareness like sand through gentle fingers. You do not chase them. You do not resist them. You simply watch as they soften and fade. The Buddha walks a little ahead of you, but his presence remains comfortably near, steady, luminous, gently watching. His figure seems to blur at the edges, yet not because he is drifting away, but because the world around you is becoming quiet enough for a different kind of seeing. His presence is more felt than was seen, more sensed than observed. He glows with a warmth that feels like candlelight in a darkened room, holding you safely within its soft circle. You pause, and the Buddha pauses with you. The field around you feels suspended, like time has exhaled and chosen not to inhale again for a long, peaceful moment. This is the edge of sleep, a place where the mind loosens and the body softens, where awareness begins to flow inward, deeper than thought, deeper than understanding, deeper than waking consciousness. You feel a subtle shift inside, like a small door opening gently within your chest. Your heartbeat becomes quieter, slower, and each breath feels as though it's guiding you through that door. The weight of your limbs grows warm and heavy, as though gravity itself is becoming soft, encouraging you to settle into a deeper state of rest. You feel the pull, not downward, not forward, but inward, toward a place where everything becomes simple, spacious, and profoundly quiet. The air around you thickens with tranquility. It feels as though the entire field is dimming into a peaceful night, even though the sky still glows faintly. Colors blur into gentle shades. No hard edges, no sharp contrasts. This drifting sensation makes everything feel softer, gentler, as though you are walking into a dream, woven from silence. Your thoughts slow even more. They become like soft echoes instead of words, like quiet impressions instead of full ideas. There is no urgency in them, no direction. They drift the way small clouds drift across a twilight sky, beautiful, gentle, unhurried. When one thought fades, another appears with a softness that matches the rhythm of your breath. You feel no need to follow any of them. You are simply watching, simply floating, simply being. You become aware of your eyelids, how heavy they feel, how naturally they want to lower. They flutter slightly, like the wings of a settling bird, and each flutter brings you closer to the quiet realm between waking and sleep. You may not close them fully yet, but the world around you has grown silent enough that it wouldn't matter if you did. You could walk this field with your eyes closed, guided not by sight, but by the subtle warmth of the Buddha beside you. The Buddha turns his head slightly, acknowledging your shifting state with a gentle awareness. There is no rush in his movement, no pressure, only a kind reassurance that this is exactly where you are meant to be. His presence feels like a soft blanket placed around your shoulders, warm and secure. You feel wrapped in ease, wrapped in safety, wrapped in quiet companionship. Your breathing deepens again, but not from effort, only from the natural rhythm of drifting toward sleep. Each inhale becomes slower. Each exhale becomes longer. The space between breaths widens gently, offering you a moment of stillness that feels like a small taste of the sleep waiting for you. Your consciousness begins to sway, like a boat rocking on calm water, carried effortlessly by the rise and fall of your breath. You stand at the threshold now. One part of you remains in the world of awareness, listening to the quiet sounds of the field. Another part of you has already begun drifting into the dreamlike space beneath thought. You can feel both worlds at once, the soft ground beneath your feet and the weightless floating sensation beneath your mind. This balance is perfect, peaceful, and deeply soothing. The Buddha steps closer, and his presence feels like a guiding lantern as you stand on the border of sleep. He watches over you with a gentleness that assures you that you can let go, that you can rest, that you are safe to drift deeper. And as you lean into the softness, the heaviness, the quiet glow of the night within, you sense the next layer of peace awaiting you, where dreams begin to shimmer beneath the surface of your awareness, ready to rise like moonlit waves in the vast ocean of your resting mind. The edge of sleep and wakefulness continues to soften beneath your feet as you drift deeper into the field, and the world around you begins to change in a way that feels both natural and effortless. The grasses grow still, the sky dims into a gentle twilight, and the air becomes thicker with silence. The Buddha walks with you. As your steps slow, your breath softens, and the last threads of the waking world loosen their hold. As this inner shift unfolds, something opens quietly within you. An entrance, subtle and welcoming, leading into a place far more peaceful than anything you've known before. You step into it without resistance, guided by the warmth of your breath. And there, waiting patiently, is a quiet room inside your mind. This room is not made of walls or ceilings. It has no corners, no sharp lines, no edges at all. It is shaped from stillness, soft, spacious, open. A gentle light fills it, warm as dawn, yet calm as moonlight. This light doesn't come from anywhere specific. It simply exists, illuminating the room from within. The air inside feels like a slow exhale, endlessly soothing, endlessly patient. You take a few moments to simply stand in this room, noticing how peaceful it feels. There are no objects here, nothing to distract you, nothing to weigh down your attention. Everything unnecessary has been set aside, leaving only the essence of quiet. It feels like walking into a memory of safety you didn't realize you carried. A place where nothing has ever harmed you, a place where nothing could. The Buddha steps inside with you, and his presence fills the room without sound or movement. His calmness blends seamlessly with the stillness, adding a deeper layer of peace to the air. You can sense that he belongs here, not as a visitor, but as a reflection of the quiet that lives within you. His awareness reaches gently into every part of the room, steady and compassionate, as if he is making sure every corner of your being feels safe. You sit down on the soft, undefined floor. It feels like resting on warm air, perfectly supportive, perfectly light. As you settle, the quiet room seems to shape itself around you, not closing in, but comforting you with its gentle spaciousness. Your mind begins to relax in ways it couldn't before. Thoughts no longer drift restlessly. They no longer tug or cling. They dissolve like mist into the warm light, leaving only quiet awareness behind. For a long moment, you simply breathe. Each inhale expands the room slightly, filling it with a soft glow. Each exhale settles the room deeper into stillness. This rhythm becomes a kind of meditation, yet not one you have to work for. It happens naturally, easily, as though the quiet room itself is guiding your breath. You begin to realize that this space is not just a place to rest. It is a reflection of your deepest self, the part untouched by worry, untouched by fear, untouched by any noise of the world. As your awareness deepens, the quiet light begins to shift gently, shimmering like soft ripples moving across a calm pond. The room does not change shape, but the light within it transforms, creating faint patterns that drift across the space. They are subtle and slow, moving with the rhythm of your breath, like dream thoughts beginning to form in the soft light of twilight. You watch these movements without effort, curious, but completely at ease. The patterns coalesce into gentle shapes, not vivid like daytime images, but soft, blurred, dreamlike. They drift across your awareness like delicate brushstrokes. A faint wave of color here, a soft swirl there. They do not demand your attention. They do not pull you away from your calm. They simply exist, decorating the room with quiet imagery. The Buddha watches with you, his presence steady and warm. He does not guide the images, nor does he control them. He simply observes, reminding you through his calm that everything arising in this space is safe, gentle, and temporary. Whatever appears here is shaped not by fear, but by the softness of your resting mind. The dreamlike imagery shifts again. What was once a soft swirl becomes the suggestion of a moonlit path. A faint glimmer becomes the outline of distant mountains. A gentle curve of light becomes the silhouette of flowing water. These are not fully formed dreams yet, more like the early strokes of imagination beginning to stir as your mind loosens deeper from waking consciousness. You feel your breath growing slower still, each inhale softer, each exhale longer, and the boundary between the quiet room and the dream world begins to blur. The Buddha's presence remains at the center of the room, unwavering. He is the anchor, the warmth, the calm that holds the space steady as your mind begins to drift. In this gentle blending, you realize the quiet room has become a bridge, a soft threshold between waking and dreaming. Here, you are grounded yet free, aware yet floating, safe yet ready to surrender to deeper rest. The room breathes with you, expands with you, softens with you. The dreamlike patterns grow a little more vivid, though still tender and slow, as though waiting for your heart to be ready to follow them. You take one more slow breath, and the room grows even softer, the light warming into a gentle golden glow. The shapes around you shimmer a little more brightly, hinting at the landscape of dreams waiting ahead. And as you rest in that glow, embraced by silence and watched over by the Buddha, you feel yourself drifting toward that landscape, toward a place where dreams unfold like gentle tides beneath the quiet sky of your inner world. The quiet room of your mind shimmers softly around you, its warm light blending gently with the first hints of dreaming. Shapes drift like soft brush strokes. Nothing sharp, nothing urgent. As your breath deepens further, those gentle strokes begin to form scenes, tender and soothing, as though your inner world is preparing a safe place for your heart to wander. The Buddha's calm presence sits at the center of this unfolding space, his steady awareness ensuring that every image rising here carries only warmth, peace, and safety. You close your eyes within the dreamlike glow, and the quiet room dissolves into a soft expanse of twilight. It feels like stepping into a landscape woven from your own breath, calm, light, and comforting. The ground beneath your feet shifts into a gentle meadow bathed in moonlight, each blade of grass glowing faintly as though holding its own delicate star. A soft breeze moves through the meadow, warm and slow, carrying the scent of night blooms, light, sweet, and soothing. The Buddha walks with you, not ahead or behind, but beside you, his presence grounding and expansive. He does not speak, yet you feel unmistakably that he is guiding the dream forward, shaping its softness with his serene awareness. The meadow stretches wide around you, but instead of feeling endless, it feels embracing, like a cradle of calm the night has prepared just for your heart. In the distance, soft fireflies rise from the grass, their lights flickering gently in slow, rhythmic pulses. They drift upward in spirals, creating patterns that look like glowing constellations dancing above the earth. Their soft luminescence fills the air with a sense of wonder, quiet, tender, reassuring. You watch them without needing to name them or understand them. Their movement soothes you, loosening your breath even further. You take a few steps deeper into the meadow, and the ground becomes warm beneath your feet, as though you're walking along the edge of a dream where everything responds gently to your presence. The Buddha keeps pace, his calm gaze reflecting the same soft light that fills the dreamscape. The air around him shimmers slightly, as though his compassion is illuminating the space from within. As you continue walking, the meadow begins to transform, not abruptly, but the way clouds shift into new shapes without drawing attention to the change. The fireflies drift higher, becoming stars overhead. The grass beneath your feet softens into a velvety surface that feels almost weightless. The night sky gently deepens into a rich indigo, sprinkled with stars that glow like warm embers rather than cold lights. Everything here is gentle. Everything here is safe. A small stream appears beside you, its surface smooth like glass. It reflects the stars above with perfect clarity, as though the sky has come down to rest on the earth. The water flows so slowly, you can barely sense its movement. You kneel beside it, touching the surface lightly with your fingertips, and ripples spread outward in soft, rolling rings, calming, rhythmic, mesmerizing. The Buddha kneels beside you, watching the ripples with a gaze full of compassion. His presence feels like a warm hand resting on your shoulder, not physically, but through the quiet knowing that you are safe, supported, and held. The stream becomes a mirror of your breath, each ripple matching the slow movement of your lungs, each wave echoing the softness growing inside your chest. The dream continues to unfold with a gentleness that comforts the deepest layers of your heart. The meadow, the fireflies, the river, all of them seem designed to soothe, as though your mind is offering itself a lullaby made of imagery. Even your thoughts grow softer, less defined. They drift like floating petals carried by a soft breeze, touching the edges of your awareness before fading into the night. You stand slowly, and the dream shifts again, now into a quiet forest glade illuminated by moonlight. The trees glow faintly, their leaves moving with the soft rhythm of the wind. The ground is covered in pale blossoms that give off a delicate silver luminescence. Each step through the flowers releases a gentle fragrance, light enough to calm, soft enough to soothe, without stirring the mind awake. The Buddha walks slightly ahead through the glade, guiding you toward an open clearing where the light gathers in a soft pool at the center. You follow him and sit down in that glowing circle, feeling the warmth of the light wrap around you like a soft blanket. The glade falls silent, not an empty silence, but the kind that makes the heart feel held, supported, and understood. The dream begins to soften further. Shapes lose their edges. Light dissolves into gentle haze. The forest glade grows dimmer, as though sinking slowly into a deeper layer of rest. You feel your awareness drifting more freely now, as though the world beneath your thoughts is finally ready to rise and cradle you into sleep. The Buddha remains beside you, his presence steady and luminous, watching over you as the dream gently fades around the edges. His calm is a constant anchor, assuring you that you are safe to drift deeper, safe to let go, safe to rest completely. The dreamlike scene becomes quieter, slower, softer, until it feels like a warm cloud surrounding your mind. This softness encourages your breath to deepen and your thoughts to loosen, preparing you for an even gentler descent into the deep, peaceful rest waiting just ahead. The dreamlike forest glade grows softer around you, its moonlit blossoms dimming into a warm haze that seems to glow from within. Your breath moves slowly now, not because you are trying to slow it, but because every part of you has begun to surrender to rest. In this gentle blur, the Buddha remains beside you, his presence steady and luminous, a quiet anchor as the dream shifts into an even deeper layer of calm. You sense something within you loosening, something subtle, yet long held, like a knot finally beginning to unwind. It is fear, not the loud, frantic kind that demands attention, but the quiet fears that linger beneath the surface. The fear of not being enough, the fear of tomorrow, the fear of letting go, the fear of resting too deeply, the fear that rises when the world grows quiet. These fears do not speak. They exist as tension, small and familiar, curled gently around the heart. But here, in the soft glow of the dream and the Buddha's steady presence, they begin to reveal themselves only to dissolve. You notice them first as faint echoes, tiny, almost forgotten shapes at the edges of your awareness. They rise like mist from a meadow just before dawn, gentle, quiet, almost delicate. And as they rise, the Buddha lifts his gaze toward you, not with concern, not with judgment, but with a compassion so deep it seems to warm the air itself. His presence does not force the fears away. It simply makes them unnecessary. A soft breeze moves through the glade, carrying with it the scent of night blossoms. The mist-like fears drift upward into the air, and the breeze lifts them effortlessly, dispersing them like early morning fog touched by sunlight. They fade not because you push them away, but because there is nothing for them to cling to here. Your heart is too warm, too soft, too open. The fear has no place to hold on. The Buddha lowers his gaze again, watching you with a steadiness that reminds you of something important. Fear flourishes in darkness, but dissolves in gentle awareness. And right now, awareness surrounds you like a warm blanket. You feel safe enough to let the fears surface and leave. Safe enough not to cling to them. Safe enough to breathe without bracing, without guarding, without tightening. Another small fear rises, perhaps one you carried for years without ever noticing. It flickers for just a moment, a faint disturbance in the softness of your chest, and then it, too, melts into the quiet glow of the glade. Your breath deepens without effort. Your shoulders soften. A warmth spreads across your body, as though every exhale is releasing a piece of fear you no longer need. You sit quietly, watching as the mist thins. Fear becomes lighter, lighter still, almost weightless. The Buddha's presence grows warmer, a soft radiance that fills the glade with gentle light. It does not brighten aggressively. It expands with a steady patience, reminding you of dawn approaching the horizon. In that warm glow, you realize something profound. Fear has always been temporary. It rises and falls like weather, like tides, like clouds. It was never permanent, never who you are, never the foundation of your being. As this understanding settles in, the remaining wisps of fear fade. They dissolve so quietly, you almost don't notice their departure, like breath disappearing into cool air. What remains is a soft, steady peace that feels rooted deep in your chest, a peace that seems to glow from within. Your breath flows more freely now. Your heart rests gently. Everything inside feels open, spacious, unguarded. And in that openness, trust begins to bloom, not as a decision, not as an effort, but as a natural result of fears dissolving. The trust is subtle at first, like a warm glow rising at the center of your chest. But with each inhale, it expands. With each exhale, it strengthens. It fills the places where fear once lived, bringing comfort, warmth, and gentle confidence. This trust is not blind. It is grounded, embodied, rooted in the deep calm you have created inside yourself. You lift your gaze to the Buddha, and although he hasn't moved, you feel his encouragement like a warm breeze brushing across your heart. His presence tells you that trust is not something you must chase. It is something you uncover, something you allow, something that emerges naturally when the heart is safe enough to open. You feel lighter, calmer, more whole. The glade around you becomes even more dreamlike, the blossoms shimmering faintly, the air warm and soothing. The entire space feels like an exhale, a long, gentle release of everything you no longer need to carry. And as this deep trust takes root, the dream begins to prepare itself for the next descent into a peace even quieter, even deeper, even more restful than the one you now feel. A peace where the heart is not only free from fear, but free to surrender completely into the soft, luminous quiet that awaits. The last wisps of fear dissolve into the warm night air of the glade, and in their absence, a deeper quiet settles over you. So soft, so steady, it feels almost like a hand resting gently over your heart. The Buddha remains beside you, his presence unwavering, a calm beacon in the dreamlike space that surrounds you. The glow of the blossoms fades into a warm haze, and the ground beneath you feels impossibly soft, as though the earth itself is inviting you to rest. In this softness, a new feeling begins to rise, gentle but unmistakable. The sense that this moment, exactly as it is enough. Your breath moves in and out with ease, each inhale a quiet gathering of peace, each exhale a release into something larger than yourself. There is no need to change anything, no need to reach for anything, no need to anticipate what comes next. The present moment opens like a warm pool of stillness, supporting you effortlessly. You feel yourself sinking into it, carried not by effort, but by the natural gravity of peace. The Buddha turns slightly toward you, his eyes soft, his presence steady as moonlight. There is no instruction in his gaze, no urging. He simply stands as a reminder that nothing else is required, not clarity, not perfection, not understanding. Just this, your breath, your quiet, your being. The present moment stretches in all directions, wide enough to hold everything, gentle enough to soothe anything, and steady enough to support you completely. You let your awareness drift through your body. Your shoulders rest, your throat softens, your belly expands with each breath. Your heart moves in a calm, steady rhythm. Everything slows into a peaceful harmony, as though the body has finally realized it no longer needs to defend itself from anything. There is nothing to brace against, nothing to solve, nothing to fix. The dreamlike glade reflects this stillness back to you. The blossoms barely move, the air hums softly, and the moonlight settles in a warm halo around you. Everything in the scene offers a single, quiet message. You are safe to rest now. As you sit in this expanding stillness, trust begins to unfold within you, not as an effort, not as a decision, but as a natural bloom of the peace you've cultivated. It starts in the center of your chest, a warm, glowing ember, and slowly radiates outward. This trust is different from anything you've felt before. It isn't fragile or hesitant. It feels anchored, full, steady. A trust not in future outcomes nor in distant hopes, but in this exact moment, in the breath you're taking right now. You inhale, and the present moment deepens. You exhale, and trust settles further into your bones. The Buddha's presence strengthens, not in intensity, but in clarity. His steady awareness makes the current moment feel even more supportive, even more complete. With him beside you, the glade feels like a sacred space, a refuge carved from the soft fabric of peace itself. The light around you warms, brightening just enough to illuminate the subtle contours of the dream while still holding the quiet mood of evening. You close your eyes, and the present moment expands even further. Without the scenery, without the shifting glade, you become aware of the pure stillness inside you, an unmoving center beneath all breath and thought. It feels like a soft ocean at rest, perfectly calm, endlessly deep. You sense that this stillness has always been there, waiting patiently beneath the noise of daily life, waiting for you to uncover it. In this silence, trust becomes absolute, not demanding, not dramatic, simply steady. You trust the breath moving in and out. You trust the warmth rising in your chest. You trust the quiet that supports you like gentle hands. You trust the presence of the Buddha, silent and kind. You trust yourself, your heart, your journey, your rest. The present moment wraps around you like warm water. You float in it, buoyed by ease and comfort. Nothing disturbs you. Nothing pulls you away. Even your thoughts seem to honor your rest, appearing only as soft echoes that dissolve before they form. You drift in a peace so complete it feels infinite. The glade shifts faintly as though breathing with you. The blossoms glow brighter for a moment, then dim into a soft haze. The air becomes warmer. The Buddha's presence becomes a gentle light rather than a form. Everything moves toward a deeper quiet, inviting you to sink even further into trust. You sense now that this moment holds everything you need, without reaching toward the past, without leaning into the future. Just resting here, fully supported, fully embraced. Your breath slows even more. Your mind loosens, Your body feels weightless. This moment, simple, quiet, unhurried, becomes a sanctuary. You feel yourself surrendering to it, letting go of all remaining tension, sinking into the warm glow of presence as though it were a soft bed beneath your heart. The Buddha remains with you in the silence, his awareness holding the space gently, ensuring your descent into deeper rest is safe, comforting, and unbroken. And as you drift into this profound trust, another layer of peace waits just beyond it. An even softer stillness, inviting you to follow it deeper into the night's embrace. The present moment holds you so completely that when a new sensation begins to rise within you, it arrives with the gentlest touch, subtle, warm, and familiar, as though it had always been part of you. It begins as a soft glow deep in your chest, not bright or sharp, but warm, like a single ember, resting at the center of your being. Your breath moves around it effortlessly, and as you inhale, the ember brightens just slightly. As you exhale, it spreads its warmth through your body in slow, tender waves. This is the first whisper of inner awareness. The Buddha's presence becomes quieter still, yet somehow even closer. He stands beside you, but his form feels less like a figure and more like a warm field of compassion, blending with the air itself. His watchfulness merges with your awareness so gently that you can no longer tell where his compassion ends and your own begins. The glade, the blossoms, the dream-like softness, they all seem to fade into the background as the inner light begins to grow. You close your eyes, and the glow in your chest expands into a soft, luminous sphere. It is not something you create. It arises naturally from the deep trust you've allowed to settle into your being. This light does not ask anything of you. It does not require effort, concentration, or understanding. It simply exists, steady and warm, illuminating the quiet space of your inner world like a gentle sunrise. The warmth flows outward. It fills your ribs, your shoulders, your spine, your throat, your face, your hands, your legs, your feet, until your whole body feels like it is resting inside a cocoon of soft light. You do not glow outwardly. This is not a light for the world to see. It is a light meant for your own heart, your own rest, your own inner knowing. A light that asks nothing but acceptance. The Buddha's presence becomes part of this glow, as though the compassion he carries resonates perfectly with the light arising in you. It feels as though he is not simply watching over you anymore. He is watching with you, sharing the same inner stillness, the same gentle awareness. His presence blends into the quiet warmth, like a steady flame joining your own. You breathe again, and the light brightens slightly, not by shining more intensely, but by growing softer, fuller, more enveloping. It fills the quiet spaces inside you that once held tension or fear, and as it touches those places, they melt into the warm glow. This is not a light that pushes darkness away. Rather, it welcomes all things with such gentleness that even the remnants of old pain soften and dissolve within it. The glade around you shifts, becoming even more dreamlike. The blossoms appear only as faint impressions. The trees become silhouettes. The moonlight blends seamlessly with your inner glow. The entire dreamscape begins to dissolve softly into your awareness, becoming less an environment and more an extension of the light within you. Everything feels connected. Everything feels unified. The inner light begins to spread beyond the boundaries of your body. Not upward, not outward, but everywhere at once. It is as though your awareness is expanding into the surrounding space. The edges of your form soften. Your sense of me becomes more spacious. The air feels like part of you. The ground beneath you feels like part of you. The quiet glade feels like part of you. You are no longer observing the stillness. You are the stillness. The Buddha stands within this expanding glow, yet his form, too, begins to soften. Not fading, not disappearing, but blending with the same light that fills your awareness. You understand now that the compassion he has shown is the same compassion rising from within you. The calm he offered is the same calm radiating from your own heart. His presence is not separate from your own awareness. It is reflected within it. The light expands further, not like a beam, but like a warm mist dissolving boundaries. You feel yourself becoming more spacious, more open, more connected to everything around you. Thoughts drift through like small shadows, barely noticeable. Emotions settle like petals resting on still water. Even your breath feels part of something larger. No longer your breath, but breath happening through you. You sink into this unity with ease, as though your entire being has been waiting for this moment. There is no distinction between inner and outer, self and presence, breath and stillness. All of it merges into one quiet, luminous awareness, a soft oneness that holds everything without strain. The Buddha's presence merges completely with the glow now, still distinct, yet entirely united with the peaceful field of awareness around you. His compassion feels indistinguishable from your own inner warmth. It becomes clear that the light within you has always been connected to everything. And this gentle merging is simply a remembering. The weightless quiet that follows feels infinite. No edges, no borders, no separation. Only soft, luminous awareness. As you rest in this peaceful unity, the inner light continues to glow gently, steady and calm, holding you in a warmth that requires no effort at all. You realize that this peaceful glow is not something temporary. It is the essence of your awareness itself, the stillness beneath all thoughts, the softness beneath all emotion, the light beneath all darkness. And as you continue to rest within this radiant calm, you sense the next movement of the journey approaching, the gentle descent into an even deeper layer of rest, where the boundaries between you and the world dissolve further into quiet, luminous peace. The gentle light of your inner awareness continues to glow softly, expanding through your entire being until it becomes impossible to tell where you end and where peace begins. The boundaries that once seemed so solid, your breath, your thoughts, your body, even the dreamlike forest around you, grow transparent, blending together as though made from the same quiet substance. The Buddha's presence merges seamlessly with this luminous stillness, not disappearing, but becoming part of the calm that surrounds you, the calm that is you. What remains is a sense of openness, so vast and gentle, it feels like floating in warm, unbroken silence. The glade around you transforms slowly, as though responding to your deepening rest. The blossoms lose their defined shapes, softening into pale pools of light that blend with the glow rising from within your chest. The trees fade into silhouettes and then into soft shadows, settling into the background like distant memories that no longer need your attention. You are not watching the world change. Your awareness is simply absorbing it, merging with it, becoming one with the quiet unfolding of the dream. Your breath continues its slow, rhythmic flow. But even that begins to feel less like a personal action and more like the quiet expansion of the surrounding stillness. Inhale and exhale become movements of the world itself. The air does not pass through you. It passes with you, around you, as though the entire space breathes as one. The sensation is gentle, profound, and soothing, like slipping into a warm ocean under a sky full of stars. The Buddha stands beside you, yet his presence is no longer separate from the glow that fills your heart. He is not outside of you or above you. He is within the same vastness you now rest in. His compassion flows through the quiet world just as your awareness does. There is no distinction between his peace and the peace that fills your being. You share the same stillness, the same softness, the same endless breath of the present moment. A deeper silence settles in, a silence that is not empty but full, rich and alive with gentle calm. It feels like the quiet hum beneath all things, a peaceful vibration that holds every leaf, every star, every breath, every thought. You can feel this hum in your chest, in your fingertips, in the space around your body. It is all connected. It is all part of the same quiet world. You begin to sense the oneness more clearly, not as an idea, but as a felt experience. The dreamlike glade no longer feels like a place outside you. It feels like an expression of your inner peace. The soft light drifting through the air feels like a reflection of your own awareness. The warmth in the ground beneath you feels like your own breath resting on the earth. Everything here is connected in a seamless flow of gentle calm. Thoughts drift across your awareness like faint ripples on a still pond. They appear soft, harmless, without weight. They pass through you as part of the world, not as disturbances. Even emotions dissolve into the surrounding stillness, not suppressed or ignored, but held so gently that they melt into the warm glow before, fully forming. Nothing pulls you away. Nothing interrupts the quiet. Everything is part of the same serene expanse. You breathe softly, feeling the oneness deepen. There is no tension, no separation, no effort. Only the quiet world and your awareness resting within it like a feather on calm water. The Buddha's presence stands in this unity with you, no longer a figure beside you, but a warm participation in the peace that surrounds everything. His compassion radiates outward like a gentle wave, blending perfectly with your own inner calm. You feel his awareness not as something external, but as a reflection of your own deepest stillness. The oneness between you and the quiet world becomes complete, not through effort, but through surrender. The dreamlike landscape shifts one final time, becoming even softer, even more subtle. What once looked like a glade becomes a simple field of warm light. What once felt like moonlight becomes a gentle glow rising from the center of your heart. What once seemed like separate forms dissolve into a unified, luminous presence. This is oneness, not the merging of things into sameness, but the recognition that nothing was ever separate in the first place. You float in this realization, weightless and calm. Breath moves effortlessly. Awareness expands without seeking. Stillness holds you without condition. And within this vast calm, the quiet world embraces you completely. It carries you deeper, gently, like a tide pulling you toward the softest, most peaceful shore. You do not resist. There is no need to. The world feels safe, warm, and endlessly kind. The Buddha's presence, still glowing within the same oneness, accompanies you as you drift toward an even deeper rest, one where all boundaries dissolve, where the heart opens fully, and where the peace of the quiet world carries you into the night with effortless tenderness. The oneness you rest within expands like a warm horizon, holding you in a quiet embrace that feels endless. The boundary between your breath and the gentle glow of the dream has all but disappeared. Everything around you, every shimmer of light, every wisp of air, every soft vibration of stillness moves with the same calm rhythm, as though the entire night has aligned itself to cradle your rest. The Buddha's presence remains merged with this tranquility, his compassion shining like a soft lantern within the vastness, steady and unwavering. It becomes clear, in this deep quiet, that you are being carried, not by effort, not by thought, but by the boundless compassion that fills the night itself. You feel this compassion first as a warmth in your chest, the same warmth that guided you through earlier chapters of your journey. But now, it spreads further, expanding outward like a tide moving gently to shore. It fills your arms, your legs, your face, your breath. It reaches beyond your body, swirling around you like a soft current of comfort. The compassion does not push or pull. It supports. It holds. It surrounds you with a tenderness that feels ancient, like something that has been watching over you since before you could understand what safety meant. The night deepens into a warm velvet hue, and the dreamscape shifts gently, revealing a wide, quiet expanse that resembles both a sky and an ocean. There is no distinction between above and below. You drift through it effortlessly, as though floating in a sea of light. The compassion around you moves like soft waves, slow, rhythmic, endlessly patient. Each wave carries a subtle reassurance, quiet but unmistakable. You are safe. You are supported. You are not alone. In this calm drifting, you feel the Buddha's awareness interwoven with your own. His presence does not stand beside you anymore. It moves with you, like a guiding warmth within the tide. His compassion becomes the very current that carries you through the night. It holds you in ways no words could describe, soft yet immeasurably strong. It supports you like gentle hands beneath your back, lifting any weight you might still carry until it dissolves completely into the warm glow of the dream. You allow yourself to lean fully into this support. Your breath loosens even more, slow and quiet, as though each inhale is carried into you by the night itself. Every exhale releases a little more tension, a little more of what no longer belongs to you. You drift deeper into the calm, trusting the compassion that holds you the way a child trusts the arms that cradle them. It is effortless. It is natural. It is safe. Around you, the dream sea glimmers with soft ripples of light. Each ripple feels like a whisper of kindness, moving gently through the night, touching your awareness with warmth. These ripples seem to echo memories, moments in your life when compassion found you unexpectedly, when someone held you gently through a difficult time, when comfort arrived without explanation. Those memories are not sharp here. They appear like distant stars, flickering gently in the quiet sky of your mind. They remind you that compassion has always flowed through your life, even when you struggled to feel it. The Buddha's presence brightens softly, and you sense his compassion pouring through the dream sea, surrounding you completely. It moves through the space like a tender pulse, filling every corner of the night with warmth. Even the silence between breaths feels alive with kindness, as though the air itself is watching over you with gentle intent. You drift further, weightless, wrapped in this endless compassion. Your thoughts grow faint. Your awareness softens into a cloud-like calm. Your body melts into the warmth surrounding you. Everything becomes quieter. Everything becomes slower. Everything becomes softer. You float through the night with complete trust, supported by the compassion that never falters. There is no sense of time here, no sense of distance, only the gentle unfolding of rest, as though the night is carrying you through waves of peace that grow deeper with each passing breath. You may feel your consciousness drifting towards sleep now, drawn downward by the pull of deeper stillness. The compassion that holds you never loosens, never diminishes. It becomes the cradle that rocks you, the blanket that warms you, the steady presence that ensures you can fall asleep without fear. The Buddha's awareness stays with you, not as a figure, but as the soft pulse of kindness itself, woven into your breath, your heartbeat, your dreams. The night grows quieter still. Your breath becomes the faintest whisper. Your awareness begins to dissolve into the softness around you. Compassion carries you effortlessly through the deepening darkness, guiding you toward rest, so profound it feels like sinking into warm starlight. You do not need to stay awake to feel it. You do not need to understand it. You only need to let yourself be held, supported, and carried by the gentle presence that watches over you. And as you drift deeper into this peaceful night, the compassion surrounding you continues to flow, preparing to guide you into dreams shaped entirely from quiet, warmth, and rest. The compassion that has been carrying you through the night settles into an even deeper stillness, as though the entire dream world has paused to honor the quiet resting of your heart. You float within the warm expanse, weightless and calm. And as the soft waves of light move around you, a presence begins to gather just behind the glow. A presence steady, timeless, endlessly patient. It is the Buddha, not as a distant figure, not as a guide leading you somewhere, but as the quiet guardian who keeps watch through all states of your being. His presence forms the way dawn forms on a horizon, not abruptly, not demanding attention, but by gently illuminating what already exists. The light around you hums with a soft awareness, wrapping itself around your breath, your heartbeat, the soft drift of your thoughts. You feel the Buddha's vigil, not through sight or sound, but through an unmistakable sense of protection, a warmth that reassures you even in the deepest rest. The dreamlike expanse shifts into a tranquil landscape, neither meadow nor sea nor sky, but a subtle blend of all three. A place where softness is the ground, light is the air, and peace is the sky. You are held in the center of this space, resting easily, while the Buddha's presence anchors the entire scene. His awareness extends outward in all directions, keeping watch with a calm so deep it feels like 1,000 silent lanterns glowing in the night. You breathe slowly, and with each inhale, you feel his steadiness enter your body. With each exhale, your own softness deepens, sinking into a peace that feels endless. There is no need for effort. The Buddha's vigil makes the very act of resting feel supported, guided, and cradled. His watchfulness is not sharp or alert. It is serene, gentle, almost tender, a kind of awareness that sees not with eyes but with compassion. Around you, the dream grows stiller. The ripples soften. The glowing air quiets. The edges of your awareness blur into a warm haze. Nothing startles you. Nothing pulls you back into thought. Everything comes to rest under the Buddha's gentle vigil. Even the faint echoes of emotion that linger deep in the heart, old hurt, subtle longing, forgotten sorrow, grow quieter here. They settle like dust beneath warm sunlight, dissolving naturally under the steady presence surrounding you. You sense the Buddha standing just behind your awareness, not imposing, not demanding space. His presence is simply there, reliable, unwavering, deeply peaceful. It feels as though he is watching not over you, but with you, sharing the same stillness, the same breath, the same quiet night. He honors your rest by offering his own, as though creating a silent shelter around your spirit. The dream expands, and in that expansion, you feel a tender truth. You are safe to fall completely into rest because someone steady is keeping vigil. Someone who carries no judgment, no expectation, no agenda, only compassion. The Buddha's awareness becomes like a soft circle around you, a gentle ring of light that ensures no harm can enter, no fear can rise, no thought can disturb the calm unfolding within you. You may feel yourself drifting even more deeply now, sinking into a softness beneath thought, beneath sensation, beneath even dreaming. The Buddha's presence adjusts effortlessly, following you into the deeper layers of rest. His vigil does not fade with your awareness. It grows steadier, more luminous, creating a sanctuary around your descent into sleep. You breathe again, and the breath feels lighter, almost transparent. Each inhale glows with warmth. Each exhale dissolves into peace. The deeper you sink, the more clearly you feel the Buddha's watchfulness. He does not lead you anymore. He holds the space so you can release everything. He stands at the threshold between waking and sleep, ensuring that nothing follows you into the quiet that does not belong there. The dreamscape dims further, becoming a soft field of shadowed light. Your consciousness loosens its edges. Your body feels like it is being lowered into a warm bed made of breath and quiet. The Buddha remains steady as a mountain, soft as candlelight. His presence never flickers, never falters. He does not sleep, for his purpose in this moment is to ensure you can. His vigil is not a burden. It is an expression of infinite compassion, an offering of peace so unwavering that you can surrender completely to the night. The silence deepens, becoming a soft embrace. The warmth expands, becoming a blanket. The awareness of the Buddha becomes the final anchor, keeping you safe as your mind drifts toward the edge of unconsciousness. Even as your thoughts dissolve into slow, drifting shapes. Even as your breath becomes shallow with rest. Even as your awareness dims like a lantern slowly settling into darkness. The Buddha remains, watching, protecting, holding the night open for your dreams to unfurl gently. You feel his presence whisper through the stillness, not as a voice, but as a feeling. Rest deeply. I am here. And as you drift toward the next and deepest layer of rest, the Buddha's gentle vigil prepares to guide you fully into the final chapter, where sleep becomes complete, effortless, and serene under the watchful peace of his timeless presence. The Buddha's gentle vigil surrounds you like a warm halo of quiet light, steady and calm, holding the night open so your rest can deepen without disturbance. His presence is no longer something you perceive with your senses. It is something you feel with the whole of your being, subtle as breath, soft as the hush that settles over the world just before dawn. The dreamscape around you dims into a velvety expanse, not dark, but muted, soothing, warm. You rest at the center of it all, supported as though the entire night has gathered beneath you like an invisible cradle. You inhale softly, and the breath seems to disappear into the quiet. You exhale, and your body sinks just a little deeper, as if melting into the space beneath you. Everything is slow now, gentle, unhurried. The glow that once illuminated the dream shifts into something even softer, like the final shimmer of starlight dissolving into morning. The Buddha's presence adjusts with it, becoming less defined, less separate, more interwoven with the calm itself. You cannot tell where his awareness ends and where the stillness begins. It feels as though the entire space, every particle, every breath, every fold of silence, is holding you with the same compassion that radiates from him. Your body feels weightless, suspended in warm quiet. Your thoughts drift like small feathers, barely touching the surface of your awareness before floating away. Your emotions settle into complete softness, no longer rising or falling, simply resting. The dream world, once filled with images and gentle scenes, softens into pure sensation. There are no shapes to interpret, no landscapes to explore, only peace. Peace without reason, peace without effort, peace that simply exists, like a natural element surrounding you. It wraps around your limbs, flows through your breath, cushions your heart, quiets your mind. The Buddha's vigil remains, but it, too, begins to soften, not because it is fading, but because his presence is becoming indistinguishable from the stillness that now holds you. He does not leave. He does not withdraw. Instead, he becomes the quiet itself, the warmth you feel, the gentleness that cradles you, the safety that holds your sleep. You feel this merging in the slow, sweet quiet that settles deeper into your chest, in the way your breath becomes barely noticeable, in the way your mind drifts between waking and dreaming with perfect ease. Your awareness loosens further, sinking like a pebble into the soft depths of a calm lake. There is no resistance, no effort, no lingering tension, only the gentle pull of rest, wrapping itself around you like a warm blanket slowly settling into place. The stillness around you deepens, soft as silk, warm as sunlight, vast as an open sky without wind. You float within it, held securely, drifting downward into layers of rest you have never reached so effortlessly before. The night does not move quickly. It moves with the same rhythm as your breath, slow, patient, tender. You are being carried, not through dreams or thoughts, but through pure quiet, as though descending gently through soft clouds toward the deepest peace. The Buddha's presence shifts again, becoming a subtle pulse within the stillness. A steady hum, a warm vibration, a compassionate awareness that holds everything in balance. He is not watching from outside. He is within the very peace you sink into. His compassion fills the air like warmth, fills your breath like calm, fills your heart like a soft glow that asks nothing of you, nothing but rest. Your body grows heavier, yet lighter at the same time. Heavier as it drifts deeper into sleep. Lighter as it lets go of every burden, every worry, every noise of the waking world. Your mind follows, drifting deeper, floating into the silence beneath thought. There is no more distinction between the dreamscape and your inner world. The quiet is complete, but never empty. It hums softly with the compassion that has accompanied you through every breath of this journey. You sense the Buddha's final offering, not as words, not as an image, but as a feeling that settles into your heart like warm sand. You are safe. You are watched over. You may rest completely now. That reassurance becomes the final anchor your awareness needs to release the last traces of wakefulness. Your breath slows into a peaceful rhythm. Your limbs soften into perfect ease. Your mind sinks into a deep, open quiet that feels infinite. The Buddha's presence does not fade away. It simply becomes the stillness, the warmth, the softness surrounding you. He remains as the peace holding you, the silence supporting you, the light within the quiet darkness of your rest. And as you surrender fully to sleep, the night enfolds you with gentle, boundless calm. No ending, no closing, only perfect peace, carrying you softly into the quiet depths of the night.